Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning, we are in the final countdown from when the Baltimore Orioles will begin their 2023 playoff journey. This morning, from the studio to the field, we have live coverage on everything O's. We are tracking their exciting weekend ahead against the Rangers. But first, how you can get involved in showing your Orioles pride. Stay with us. A lot of fun happening today. Thanks for waking up with us. It is Friday, October 6th. I'm Megan Gilland. We want to bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. We got a big game tomorrow and some rain moving in.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, right? We've had such great weather for so long this week, especially if you're a warm weather fan. Things changing this weekend, no question about it. It's going to be a much cooler Saturday afternoon versus today, and there will be the chance for showers at least early on our Saturday, but I'm optimistic things will clear out in time for the big game. Right now, we've got temperatures running warm this morning. The numbers are actually in the 70s already in the city. 73 now, BWI 71 in Annapolis, and these numbers are quickly going to be warming up again today. So if you're a warm weather fan, you get one more. As temperatures push up close to 80 probably late this afternoon, at least in the heart of the city. We do have a front on the way out of the west. You can kind of see it there draped down to Atlanta. That's going to be the first of two significant shifts in the weather for the weekend. Early this morning, though, you're fine. Just some clouds around, mid-60s. We'll talk much more about when the rain arrives and, importantly, how fast it clears out on your Saturday for the Orioles. Coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Today, Birdland again gearing up for the start of the 2023 playoff journey. Oriole Park at Camden Yards is the stage for the O's first playoff game. First pitch is tomorrow at 1:03 p.m. As we are just 32 hours away from the start of playoffs for the O's, there are plenty of ways you can cheer them on. Today, you can get an Orioles logo stenciled on your car at Camden Yards. The drive-through event starts in just 1 hour, just over an hour. It's at 6 a.m. and it's going to go until 10. Then at noon, the team will hold a pep rally with live music. There's going to be lawn games and giveaways just outside of City Hall. Well, Fox 45 is your home for the 2023 World Series. The action starts Friday, October 27th. You can watch every game right here on Fox 45. And we'd love to see how you're getting ready for the Orioles playoff baseball. You can share your favorite photos and videos to foxbaltimore.com/chime in or on the WBFF app. You can also scan the QR code right there on your screen.
I was just in shock. I didn't want to believe what was happening was real.
This morning, we are hearing from one student hurt in the chaos at the Morgan State University this week. This as police are still calling on the public for help in identifying this group of people that you see Breaking overnight, NFL Hall of Famer Dick Butkus has died. The Chicago Bears says Butkus passed away peacefully in his sleep Thursday at his home in Malibu, California. Butkus is widely regarded as one of the greatest linebackers the sport has ever seen. He's known for his crushing tackles. During his 9-year career with the Bears, he was a first-team All-Pro selection 5 times and an 8-time Pro Bowl honoree. He was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1979. Butkus was 80 years old.
Weather-wise, what we're watching is our next weather maker, which of course is a significant cold front marching its way through Cleveland and Columbus now. It's going to bring some showers to the area, maybe a few today. Primarily, though, the rain chances pick up early on your Saturday. So that is the main scenario. Early day showers Saturday, cold front bringing in much chillier air late Saturday into Sunday. But right now, the timing looks good for the O's game. It looks like most of the rain, if not all of it, should be clear just in time as we start the game up on Saturday afternoon.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Las Vegas police releasing body cam footage from the arrest of the man charged in the 1996 murder of rapper Tupac Shakur. This latest video is from last Friday. It shows 60-year-old Dwayne Davis cooperating with police as they search and handcuff him. He is accused of ordering the murder of the rap legend. Tupac was killed, in a drive-by shooting 27 years ago in the Las Vegas Strip. Hours before his murder, police say Tupac was involved in a casino brawl with the nephew of Davis. Davis is charged with 1 count of murder with a deadly weapon. He'll be back in court in 2 weeks. The Biden administration is set to resume the deportation of Venezuelan migrants. Still to come how the agreement is playing out with Venezuela.
It is 1 shot instead of 2 for COVID-19 and the flu. I'm Liz Bonas with new research on when it might be available just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, despite federal employees working from home, the government continued to splurge on high-end office furniture. More than $3 billion taxpayer dollars wasted on the upgrades during the pandemic. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your health headlines this morning, researchers are looking for volunteers who are willing to participate in a one-shot study against two viral illnesses. Medical reporter Liz Bonas shares how it could fight both COVID-19 and the flu.
Hey there, everybody. A combined shot for COVID-19 and the flu has been in the works now since shortly after the pandemic began. Those conducting these trials say there is now evidence that one shot really may have strong immunity to fight both. Moderna announcing just in the last 24 hours it's now expanding its testing of the combined vaccine. Ohio's Velocity Clinical Research, one of the national test sites for this expansion.
So we're really comparing whether the shot is equally efficacious, whether it works just as well if you got the flu and the COVID shot separately versus getting them together.
This COVID-flu combo study combines a reformulated COVID-19 vaccine, which protects against the Omicron XBB 1.5 variant that is now prominent. Patients receive either the flu and COVID-19 vaccine separately or the new combined vaccine in a single shot. For now, they're enrolling those ages 50 plus beginning later this month.
Some of the participants will get the shot separately, some of them will get the combined shot. And then we're going to look long term and see whether they have equivalent side effects, more or less, whether it works just as effectively against both COVID and flu, or if it's better against one than the others.
The hope is to normalize annual shots each year. Just one in this case, to help reduce the risk for severe complications from both COVID-19 and the flu. Now, obviously, this shot not going to be here for any part of this year's expected flu season, but maybe as early as the 24-25 season. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonas. Back to you.
Thank you, Liz. With COVID infections on the rise across the country, starting today, the Baltimore City Health Department will be offering free COVID vaccines to those who do not have insurance or whose insurance will not cover the cost. Residents can receive vaccines during walk-in hours at the Baltimore City Health Department's immunization clinic from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Health officials say the new vaccine is the only one developed to protect patients from the current strain. You can find more information on how to register on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Now to your Sports Unlimited news. We are just one day closer to kicking off week 6 of college football around the nation, and that means we are gearing up for another sports-filled weekend that you can watch right here on Fox 45. At 10 a.m. on Saturday, you can catch the big noon kickoff. Then the Terrapins head to Ohio State to take on the Buckeyes. That game is set for noon. UCF Knights in Kansas follow with their kickoff. That game, 4 p.m. Then stick around on Fox 45 for Fox NFL Kickoff on Sunday. That starts at 11 a.m. and at 4 p.m. you can watch the Cincinnati Bengals go head-to-head with the Arizona Cardinals for the first time in 4 years. Well, whether it is college or pro, we want to see how you are cheering on your favorite team this season. Just scan the QR code on your screen. That is going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in. There you can upload your pictures and your videos, and it is all powered by Stackla. It is 4:48. It's Friday. Usually we're wearing purple. Today we're in orange. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhard with the exciting weekend we have here in Baltimore, and hoping rain doesn't put a damper on it.
Yes, you love wearing orange in October.
It's crazy.
In Baltimore.
We don't
right?
get to do this too often.
That's exciting stuff. And I think weather is, while it will be changing, and it's going to feel like October tomorrow for the game, I think we're going to just get lucky with the rain probably clearing just in time for the game. Might be drying off the seats a little bit to start the game, right? But we should be good for the game, I think.
For that 1:03 first pitch.
That's right. So it's going to be interesting, much cooler day, but also a day where most of the rain comes early through the morning hours. 70 right now at BWI. Wind is light from the east at about 5 miles per hour, and you can see that visibility is at 10 miles per hour. So overall, 10 miles visibility in the distance, rather. Not much on radar. You see just a couple of showers here dotting central Maryland. Not a lot in the way of rain, and we do see much more rain out here to the north and west. This is the leading edge of really kind of a double hit of cool air. This will be our first of 2 cool fronts. This is the one that brings us the chance for rain primarily overnight into the early day hours of your Saturday. Beyond that, I think we're looking at just cool and windy conditions for the second half of the weekend and for your Sunday. 70 right now in the city. We've got 69 on the east side in Dundalk, and further out west, Eldersburg, you're at a cool 67, relatively cool 67. Of course, that'll be like the high temperature on Saturday around here. We may not even get to 60 on Sunday in many spots out to the west. Up and down the I-95 corridor, still a very warm morning. Another day where spots will touch 80 degrees this afternoon, but we do have much more in the way of cloud cover today versus the last several days. So I think a mostly cloudy scenario, but a mostly dry scenario on this Friday. Bigger story is going to be, again, just another unseasonably warm day, followed by a significant cooling trend. Look at the numbers here from Sunday into Monday. That is going to be quite the drop. And again, you throw in the wind, and Sunday will be a truly chilly day around here. Again, it's a pretty significant Canadian cool front on the way. That will be the culprit for that sharp cool down for the second half of the weekend. Good news, not a lot of rain. We could use a little rain right about now after a very warm and sunny October week. And just a little bit of rain here through the course of tonight into early Saturday morning. Here's the extended forecast. Here's how things shape up. We're talking about upper 70s to then upper 60s tomorrow, to then barely to 60 on Sunday. A little bit of a warm up, though, as we push into the middle part of next weekend.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning, and off to a pretty good start. We've got light volume out there, little sprinkles in some areas out there this morning. Just keep that in mind as you're heading out. We're going to get a check now of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Mark, are you wearing orange or purple today, or both?
No, I don't right now, but I will be this weekend for sure. Yeah. Thank you, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now on the MARC train system, you'll have train 505 and 403 on the Penn line operating with delays, running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the start. Out there on Light Rail Lake, nothing in your way. On-time service is what you'll find in both directions, and Metro Subway Lake on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. The U.S. military speaking out on its recent incident shooting down a NATO allied drone. Coming up, how it all went down.
A major change in policy at the southern border, with several miles of new wall now set to be constructed. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at the major about-face by the Biden administration.
It is 4:52 as you take a live look over Vegas. Get your bets in on the playoffs as we head into the weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Orioles up by 2. Developing now in the Nevada desert, roughly 1,000 feet of underground. Scientists are preparing to test the nation's aging stockpile of nuclear weapons, hoping to do it without triggering a blast. Hope so. They plan on using Scorpius. It is a particle accelerator as long as a football field that will recreate the exact moment before a nuclear explosion. The $1.8 billion project is slated to begin as early as 2027, and it comes as both Russia and China ramp up construction of their own nuclear test sites. Developing this morning, an investigation is underway into why the U.S. military shot down a NATO allied drone and why they are not calling it a regrettable incident. An F-16 shot down a Turkish drone in Syria that got too close to where U.S. troops were stationed. We have around 900 conducting missions to counter ISIS militants near Hasaka. The Pentagon says the drone was armed and had been conducting strikes inside a restricted zone. Troops were forced to go to bunkers for safety. Officials say they downed the drone after more than a dozen calls to Turkish military officers.
At the time, you don't know what you don't know. You're making observations, and you have to take quick action to, again, ensure the inherent right of self-defense.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke with his Turkish counterpart and stressed the importance of their strong partnership and close coordination. The Pentagon says there's no initial indication that Turkey was targeting U.S. forces. Turning now to the southern border, with new records being broken in terms of the sheer number of people coming into the United States, the Biden administration is giving the green light for border wall construction to resume. National correspondent Christine Frizzau is joining us now to speak on the 20 miles of new barriers set to be built in Starr County, Texas, with funding previously set aside that was set to expire.
A change of heart and of policy at the southern border. The White House restarting construction of a border wall because President Biden says the money allocated for it was set to expire, but also saying this.
Do you believe the border wall works?
No.
So the Biden administration has decided to waive 26 federal laws to carry out expeditious construction of new border barriers in Texas, posting this notice to the Federal Registry, citing an acute and immediate need to prevent unlawful entries. It's a sharp pivot from what candidate Joe Biden said in 2020.
There will not be another foot of wall constructed on my administration.
Former President Trump immediately asking if Joe Biden would apologize to him and America for taking so long. The decision comes as tens of thousands of migrants have come to the United States in recent days, and top officials like Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, Attorney General Merrick Garland, and Secretary of State Antony Blinken are in Mexico, meeting with officials there at a time of increasing pressure for the White House to do more. New York City Mayor Eric Adams himself traveling to Mexico City this week, telling migrants not to come.
We want to make sure that we have a great level of transparency of the challenges that we are facing.
His city overrun after more than a year of migrants being sent there. And this was the scene in Chicago.
We're not anti-migrants, but it shouldn't be on our backs.
Residents furious. A local community field house was turned into a migrant shelter without their consent.
We lose this. You know how far our kids have to go to do activities?
President Biden's decision on the border wall is being slammed by some environmentalists, but celebrated by many Democrats, concerned by recent polls showing their party being overwhelmingly blamed for the crisis. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Meantime, the Biden administration is resuming the deportation of Venezuelan migrants. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas saying the administration has successfully negotiated an agreement with Venezuela to carry out that policy. It follows a decision last month to grant temporary protected status to Venezuelan nationals who arrived in the U.S. on or before July 31st. Now, at the time, officials said conditions in Venezuela prevented the U.S. from safely deporting people there.
We have made a determination that it is safe to return Venezuelan nationals who've arrived in the United States subsequent to July 31st and do not have a legal basis to remain here. We are a nation of immigrants, and we are a nation of laws.
The U.S. is planning to restart. We're hearing the flights to Venezuela immediately. Secretary of State Antony Blinken adding that the U.S. has an ironclad commitment to provide protection for migrants, and he is emphasizing that remains paramount. This morning, excitement building in Birdland as we get closer to the playoffs. Stay tuned with how you can be part of all of the fun this weekend.
And I'm Wyatt Everhart, tracking some showers across the metro area this morning. Otherwise, the big question, how much cooler for the weekend, and when will the rain showers clear out on Saturday? We detail all that coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning. Thank you so much for waking up with us. It is Friday, October 6th. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Megan Gilland. We want to see how it's shaping up outside. We have meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with a look at our forecast and the impending rain, when this is going to come on in.
Yeah, well, Megan, it's going to be one of those situations where we see some showers, I think, early this morning, then a lull, then a few more showers late day, and then another round of rain early on Saturday, but we are optimistic that clears in time for the O's game for the most part. A few showers on the Weather Authority radar first thing this morning. I think we're going to continue to see just kind of very light hit and miss showers this morning, a few raindrops on the windshield. That's it. The main rain, if you will, is still well out to the west. Pittsburgh, Cleveland, all the way out into Columbus, Ohio. That's where they're seeing the rain. That's our next weather maker, but really it doesn't arrive in earnest until overnight tonight into your Saturday morning. Mild temperatures again out there this morning, and those numbers are going to be slow to warm up until we get to about 10 or 11 o'clock today. A few breaks of sunshine may help push temperatures close to 80 today, but you see the active weather to the west. That will have an impact, much more so tomorrow early in the day than today early in the day. Pretty good looking bus stop forecast. Just maybe have the kids have a rain slicker just in case. We'll talk more about the extended forecast. How cool does it get really by Sunday, even Sunday night? That's coming up.
All right, thanks, Wyatt. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are taking a look at some of your traffic cameras around the region, and looks like traffic is moving smoothly. Now's a good time to get up and out.
Well, today, Birdland is gearing up for the start of their 2023 playoff journey.
Oriole Park at Camden Yards is the stage for the O's first playoff game. The first pitch is tomorrow at 1:03 p.m. As we are just 32 hours away from the start of playoffs for the O's, there are plenty of ways that you can cheer them on. Today, you can get an Orioles logo stenciled on your car. That's at Camden Yards. The drive-through event starts in just 1 hour at 6 a.m., and then it goes until 10. Then at noon, the team will hold a pep rally with live music, lawn games, and giveaways. That's happening just outside of City Hall.
Remember, Fox 45 is your home for the 2023 World Series. All that action starts Friday, October 27th. You can watch every game right here on Fox 45. And we want to see how you're getting ready for the Orioles playoff baseball. It's getting fun. Share your favorite photos and videos to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in or on the WBFF app. You can also scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen.
I was just in shock. I didn't want to believe what was happening was real.
This morning, we are hearing from one student hurt in the chaos at Morgan State University this week. This says police are still calling on the public for help in identifying this group of people right here. Officials say they are persons of interest in the Morgan State shooting. They were in the area Tuesday night when 5 people were shot. 4 of those people shot were students. Police aren't revealing much, only saying that the people in this video here are persons of interest.
Fox 45's Keith Daniels now joins us with the story of survival from the student you just heard from. Keith.
Well, her name is Samantha. She says she was walking out of a building when gunfire erupted across the street from her. And tonight, her injuries, her story. Morgan State University in the light of day, with few people on campus after an unforgettable night of violence. Samantha Morrell.
I didn't even realize that I was bleeding till someone told me when we stopped running.
An 18-year-old freshman among those students caught him at the gunfire Tuesday. Samantha was inside the Murphy Fine Arts Center for the coronation events, standing near the front door when bullets pierced the windows.
Everyone was running and we couldn't see. All I saw was the glass shatter. I heard the bullets and it just came down on me, and I was just like, okay, so now it was just run. The only thought that I had was run. Stay low and run.
She was wounded. Shard glass hit her leg in several places, not realizing it, she says, until later.
I was just in shock. I didn't want to believe what was happening was real.
But it was real. Samantha says police and staff escorted her and others from the rear of the building to her dorm at Blount Towers, where she waited in a friend's room behind locked doors in fear, with an active shooter situation unfolding.
We turned off all the lights. We tried to keep as quiet as possible. We sat in the farthest corner away from the window and away from the door of the room. We were just praying to God that we could stay safe and everybody outside was safe.
Traumatic events during homecoming week, with 5 people shot, 4 of them students. No suspect yet, but police releasing images of persons of interest. Meantime this week, classes are canceled, homecoming on hold.
It's just sad that the innocent have to suffer from now for the guilty. So I hate that our weekend has to end like this.
It's like we can't get a break. We can't get a break. And I understand it was for the right reason, but it's heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking and frightening for Samantha, too, who's home in New Jersey with her family.
A feeling of disorientation, but I'm also relieved to be home where it's, I don't want to say safer, but I'm not where danger was.
Well, Samantha said when she called her mother, both her parents decided they wanted her home. She was picked up just within a few hours of the incident, but tonight, she told me when classes resume here, make no mistake, she's coming back to Morgan. We're live tonight. Keith Daniels, Fox 45 News.
All right, Keith, thank you. Well, now there are lingering questions about Mayor Brandon Scott's response to that shooting.
Mackenzie Frost is pressing him for answers as he faces criticism from some community leaders.
Why can't you and other state leaders push for legislation at the state level to ensure there are tougher penalties for people who shoot and kill other people?
I think that when you look at Maryland's laws around guns and gun violence, we have some of the best in the country, Mackenzie. The guns are coming in from other places, other states. That is why this is a national issue. It's a both and, Mackenzie, not an either or.
I'm not surprised seeing the recent Goucher poll that 53% of residents have an unfavorable view of the mayor because of statements like this.
Well, we sent questions to Mayor Brandon Scott Thursday about legislation at the state level, asking why didn't you support the Violent Firearms Offender Act or the Repeat Violent Offenders Act in Annapolis for the last 3 years that supporters argued would have implemented tougher penalties for gun offenders.
If the plans are introduced again this year, will you support the legislation and use your position to urge other lawmakers to support them as well? If not, what specific bills are you working with the Baltimore City delegation to introduce to hold gun offenders accountable? Is it time for mandatory minimums to be considered in Maryland for gun offenders? We have not yet heard back from the mayor's office.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Mayor Scott to keep your community safe? So far, 98% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
All right, and looking at the overall setup here, showers crossing the middle of the country. We'll talk about when the rain arrives in Baltimore and how cool will it be for the weekend. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News.
New details this morning. City police say 256 cars were stolen in the last week of September, and that is down 7% from the previous 7 days.
As of September 30th, more than 8,200 cars have been stolen in Baltimore this year. It's more than triple the number stolen in the first 9 months of 2022. Law enforcement officials partially blame juvenile crime laws for a surge in thefts among young people.
They are choosing the kid under age 13 to be the driver. So we have 11-year-olds with no license, no training, driving these stolen cars at high speed.
What takes place in Baltimore County and Baltimore City directly affects my jurisdiction. They're stealing them, coming out to our jurisdiction, committing the crime, and then they're going back to wherever they came from.
Police say young people know the laws and may be more likely to steal cars, knowing they won't face serious consequences. If you have a stolen car story, or if you know someone who has been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. You can scan the QR code there on your screen and tell us what happened, or send an email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
The fate of Adnan Syed is now in the hands of the Maryland Supreme Court. Still to come, what happened during yesterday's hearing and when we can expect a ruling.
Strikes continue around the nation, including those against Kaiser Permanente. Coming up, how it marks the largest strike of U.S. healthcare workers in recent history. It is 5:13. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.516 and topping your consumer news. The White House voicing support for unions amid the Kaiser Permanente strike. More than 75,000 healthcare workers across multiple states walked off the job on Wednesday, even offices across the DMV. The coalition of Kaiser Permanente unions is asking for higher pay, among other benefits, along with a strategy to address staffing shortages. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says collective bargaining works.
The president believes that all workers, including healthcare workers and those who make their work possible, deserve a fair pay and benefits. That's what he believes.
In a statement released Wednesday, a spokesperson for Kaiser Permanente said negotiations between the coalition and Kaiser ended without a settlement, but, quote, a number of tentative agreements in bargaining were reached. The work stoppage is set to end early tomorrow. It marks the largest strike of U.S. healthcare workers in recent history.
United Auto Workers continue to take to the picket lines as U.S. Senator John Fetterman joins the crowd in Pennsylvania.
This comes after 13 days on the picket lines of a nationwide strike against GM, Ford, and Stellantis.
I don't want to be on strike, but I know we have to fight for what we earned.
They're in this till the end.
It would appear that Mary Barra and the Big Three want to get in a street fight with street people, and I just think that's a very dumb thing to do if you're from Wall Street.
The difference on week 2, now those striking will receive strike pay. In a statement, General Motors says it provided a counteroffer to the UAW's latest proposal and is ready to continue negotiations. Trending now, another new outer space discovery made by astronomers. New images here from the James Webb Telescope have revealed planet-like objects in the Orion Nebula that are believed to be as young as 1 million years old. Sounds old to us, but that's young. The planet-like objects, dubbed Jupiter mass binary objects, were found all on wide orbits around one another. Some of them are more massive than the planet Jupiter. Their temperatures range from 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The objects also exist in pairs, and given the massive distance between them, it can take between 20 to 80,000 years for them to complete an entire orbit around each other. Wow.
Always amazing of just how much we don't know about space. Every time we hear something new, it's a reminder of how large it is in comparison.
Yeah,
it's mind-blowing.
Technology with the telescopes and just the things we're capturing now.
So how long are we going to stay living on Earth before we find another dwelling?
That's the big question, right?
Interstellar travel, right?
Yeah. Deep questions on this Friday.
Yes, great movie too, I thought. But hey, ladies, I'll tell you what, the good news here, if you're a fall weather fan, the cool air is coming back, all right? You can get the spice latte going again this weekend.
We're dressed for it, right?
Yeah, exactly, a little orange. Also, I would say this, the best chance for rain tomorrow is early in the day, not so much late in the afternoon.
So it'll be okay there at Camden Yards?
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Maybe a little damp at the very start of the game, okay? But overall, looking pretty good throughout the course of the game in the afternoon. 69 right now at BWI. Wind is calm. We've got good visibility this morning, a warm start. Not much in the way of rain, just a couple of very light rain showers here on our high definition radar. Take you out to the broader perspective. This is the rainmaker, our next weather maker that we're tracking that will have an impact certainly on our early day Saturday. Hopefully not so much for the game itself, but a few showers. If you look at the front here, they're kind of draped over the span of many miles here. So the front edge of the front will certainly be through the area early Saturday tomorrow here, but maybe some showers on the back edge of that front still could have an impact like right at the start of the game. I think we're looking good during the course of the game, though. Good looking morning drive this morning. I think just we're talking 60s and relatively quiet, maybe just a brief shower spritzes your windshield, but not much. Widespread 60s this morning. It is still an unseasonably mild pattern by October standards, no question about that, as we see the numbers well up in the upper 70s today. It's not out of the question that downtown could briefly touch 80 degrees this afternoon if we get a little sun breaking through the clouds, which is possible, but I don't think it's going to be a lot of sunshine. If you look at the overall setup here, it's quite a bit of mid-level moisture out ahead of that main front. So I think mostly cloudy with just maybe a little bit of intermittent sunshine this afternoon. So basically a slow climb into the upper 70s. Mostly cloudy conditions will be the story through the day. How about for the game itself? Well, looking like an interesting setup. A few showers possible, but moving out early in the game. Maybe they have to dry the seats off for you there, or dry your own seat. But as temperatures fall through the game, I mean, it is going to be chilly. You really have to dress for a much warmer scenario for the course of the late afternoon, because those temperatures on that northwest wind are going to continue to drop during the course of the game, even as the rain goes away. Cold front on the march. That's our story. Drier air will be coming in Sunday for sure. The sunshine will be back, but the wind will be coming in too. How much rain ahead of the system? This is not like a huge drought busting type rain, maybe a quarter of an inch in spots. Fairly light precipitation, but the temperature trend probably the bigger story. I think Sunday tough to get out of the 60s. Most of Sunday in the 50s, and we're talking nighttime lows well down into the 40s. So quite a shift, quite a return to fall weather here. On that extended forecast, 40s there Sunday morning as well as Monday morning. Cool trend holds to start next week, but we do see a nice bounce back temperature-wise into the low mid 70s by next week towards, say, Wednesday and Thursday. More details on your forecast, of course, coming up in the news.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We are now following an incident on 395 North at Cal Ripken Way. There is police activity, but we're not sure why. We'll keep you posted as we hear that. Meantime, our live cameras showing light traffic and things moving along just fine. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 and Penn Train 403 operating with 5-minute delays. Outside of that, on-time service on the MARC system. On the other lines, you'll find Light Rail Link adhering to schedule in both directions. No delays or issues. And Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. A chocolate factory in Pennsylvania facing major fines months after an explosion, coming up why workplace safety has become a top concern. It is 5:23 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all We have a few updates for you here this morning. We want to take you live to New York City before the sun comes up there this morning. We know the man who set off a smoke bomb and opened fire on a crowded New York City subway station last spring is now receiving 10 life sentences in prison. 64-year-old Frank James pleading guilty in January to 10 counts of terrorism, one for each person shot in the attack. Fortunately, no one was killed. Other people were injured, though, by the smoke. Overall, 29 people were hospitalized. They all survived. The attack intensified citywide concerns about violence in the subways.
Meanwhile, in Pennsylvania, a chocolate factory faces a $44,000 fine for failing to evacuate workers before a natural gas explosion that killed 7 people in March. The U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Administration says R.M. Palmer Company did not heed warnings from employees about a natural gas leak. Palmer is contesting the citations, denying it violated any workplace safety standards. The explosion about 60 miles northwest of Philadelphia leveled one building and heavily damaged another.
The unseasonably warm trend is coming to an end as the next weather maker moves through. Coming up, meteorologist Wyatt Everhart tracking how long this sticks around. It's 5:27. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Friday, October 6th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Shannon Lilly, and we are gearing up for a huge game tomorrow, so we want to see how the weather is shaping up. Let's start with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart and a look at the forecast. So it's going to be chilly, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those situations where we're going to see falling temperatures, but I do think drying conditions through the course of the game. So that's good news. In terms of today, as you head out the door on this Friday, just a couple of showers right now in the immediate Baltimore area, much more rain off to the west right now. And so this is our next weather maker. Frontal boundary pushing it out of the west, likely to bring additional rain chances a little bit late today, but primarily overnight into your early Saturday morning. So the temperatures we have now running in the upper 60s to low 70s. Expect those to be dropping sharply by this time tomorrow, especially into tomorrow night and on into Sunday. So the morning lows now in the upper 60s. That's going to be more like the afternoon highs tomorrow. And again, that chance for rain does go up pretty significantly into the day tomorrow. We're going to talk much more about how things shape up throughout the course of the weekend as well in the 7-day forecast. All straight ahead in a few minutes.
All right, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are still following that incident on 395 North at Cal Ripken Way. There is police activity, and we are still looking into why. As soon as we find out, we'll report it to you.
Well, today, Birdland is gearing up for the start of their 2023 playoff journey.
Oriole Park at Camden Yards is the stage for the O's first playoff game. First pitch is tomorrow at 1:03 p.m. But before game day, today is the day to get together your Orioles pride.
And we have Taylor Stewart live from Camden Yards with a look at the community event happening today that we can all take part in. Taylor, what's going on?
I mean, everyone should, guys. We're talking about Game 1 series opener. We're on the road to the MLB World Series. This is a big deal, guys. And the O's want to know the fans are with them. What a better way to do it than roll down 83 with the birds on your car. Literally, you can get it stenciled here starting at 6 a.m. It goes until 10 a.m. today. And all you have to do is drop by. Do it on your way to work. Take a look at your screen here. This is how you get here. It's the gate. You cannot miss it. Right in the front of Home Plate Plaza on Russell Street, the service drive. The action, though, doesn't stop here. It's starting at noon. The Baltimore City postseason rally kicks off. And then think about this. It's going to be like a Birdland block party, a lot of fans, special appearances. It's not something you want to miss today. So as the action gets underway, you've got about 30 minutes. Don't be late. We've already seen some cars pull up. We'll be live here all morning at Camden Yards. We'll send it back to you guys for now.
Well, prepare for heavy traffic downtown amid all of this. From 6 this morning through 6 this evening, there are parking restrictions on the streets listed on your screen here. Make sure to give yourself some extra time if you're traveling through downtown.
Fox 45 is your home for the 2023 World Series. The action starts Friday, October 27th. You can watch every game right here on Fox 45. And we want to see how you're getting ready for Orioles playoff baseball. You can share your favorite photos and videos to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in or on the WBFF app. You can also scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen. Continuing coverage now this morning, the Maryland Supreme Court is deciding whether or not to reinstate Adnan Syed's murder conviction and send him back to prison or throw the conviction out completely.
Syed served more than 20 years in prison for the killing of Hae-Min Lee. A Baltimore City judge threw out his conviction a year ago. Hae-Min Lee's brother, Young Lee, was not able to attend that hearing in person. That fact is at the center of yesterday's hearing. Lee says his rights were violated, claiming he wasn't given sufficient notice of the hearing. A Maryland appeals court ordered a new hearing and reinstated Syed's conviction in March, while Lee's attorneys urged the Supreme Court to recognize the rights of victims to participate. Syed's attorneys argue the point is moot because the charges against him were dropped before the hearing. They also say Lee's rights were not violated because he attended virtually.
This appeal is about whether Mr. Lee's rights were satisfied by his remote attendance at the vacatur hearing and whether the state had the power to decide it no longer wished to prosecute a case it did not believe in.
Mr. Lee was not given adequate notice, was not given the right to attend the criminal justice proceeding, and was not given a meaningful right to be heard. That's all we're asking for.
The justices will issue an opinion later. They are reconvening November 3rd at 10 a.m.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow the Adnan Syed case. You can find all of our previous reporting online at foxbaltimore.com.
We are also continuing coverage this morning on the fallout surrounding Tuesday's shooting at Morgan State University.
In light of the violence, this weekend all homecoming activities are now canceled, which is a first for the university.
Meanwhile, the Baltimore Police Department is asking for your help to find these persons of interest in Tuesday night's mass shooting at Morgan State University. Take a good look at your screen. This video taken near the shooting site appears to show 4 people moving around campus.
And police still have not made any arrests. Anyone with information is asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. The number is 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
Here's what we know so far about the Morgan State University mass shooting. 5 people were shot. 4 of them were students. None of them dead, only injured. No one has been identified as a suspect, only people of interest. All homecoming events are canceled through this week. This is the 3rd year in a row gun violence has impacted Morgan State University homecoming events. An escaped inmate is still on the run in Baltimore. 20-year-old Christian Green here was first reported missing Wednesday night. Police say he asked to use the restroom as officers were preparing to bring him to central booking for processing. During the bathroom break, Green was able to remove his handcuffs, overpower an officer, and escape. Green was originally arrested for allegedly stealing an ATM. Anyone with information on his whereabouts should contact Baltimore police.
Baltimore County Police say a parent visiting Pine Grove Middle School was removed from the school. According to police, the parent got into a verbal argument with a student before snatching the student's phone and being escorted away from the school. None of the students were injured. Police say charges, though, are pending.
Las Vegas police have released body cam footage from the arrest of the man charged in the 1996 murder of rapper Tupac Shakur. This video is from last Friday. It shows 60-year-old Dwayne Davis cooperating with police as they search and handcuff him. He's accused of ordering the murder of the rap legend. Tupac was killed in a drive-by shooting 27 years ago on the Las Vegas Strip. Hours before his murder, police say Tupac was involved in a casino brawl with the nephew of Davis. Davis is charged with 1 count of murder with a deadly weapon. He'll be back in court in 2 weeks. Rain showers are on their way, but we are going to be clear by the end of the weekend. Coming up, Wyatt Everhart is tracking when the fall-like temps move in. It's 5:38. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Wyatt Everhart. Next weather maker on the march. Cold front coming through the Detroit area right now. That will be sweeping into Maryland as we go, especially into the Saturday evening time frame. Ahead of that front, showers. Hit and miss stuff today, mostly cloudy, but the better chance for rain looks to come in as we go into early Saturday. But the great news is for Orioles fans out there in particular, we see that most of those showers taper off right as we get to the first pitch. And a cooler scenario to finish out the game here in Baltimore. Playoff baseball going to be exciting.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. With COVID infections on the rise across the country, starting today, the Baltimore City Health Department will be offering free COVID vaccines to those who do not have insurance or whose insurance will not cover the cost. Starting today, residents can receive vaccines walk-in hours at the Baltimore City Health Department's immunization clinic from 10 to 2 p.m. Health officials say the new vaccine is the only one developed to protect patients from the current strain. You can find more information on how to register on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. Excitement is building in Birdland as we get closer to the playoffs. How you can be part of the fun this weekend. It is finally trick-or-treat season, so what's your favorite candy? Does it line up with our state's favorite? Stay tuned. After the break, we are going to find out. It's 5:41. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Trending now, what candy is your state's top choice this trick-or-treat season?
We're about to find out. CandyStore.com released data based on its bulk candy sales to determine the favorite Halloween sweets in each state and the country.
I haven't looked ahead. Reese's is normally Maryland. Let's see what we are. Oh, this year, Hershey Kisses were the top pick in Maryland.
Surprising.
Well, I guess Hershey's close to us, maybe?
Maybe.
I don't know. Hershey's mini bars in second, and then Reese's Cups in third now. Wow, got the boot.
Got bumped down.
Across the nation, though, Reese's Cups took the #1 spot, followed by M&M's. Ooh, and hot tamales? Really?
Huh.
According to the National Retail Federation, Halloween candy spending is expected to reach $3.6 billion this year.
Where's the Snickers?
I like Snickers, too. I like it all. I like Almond Joys.
Well, if you are looking for a deal this holiday season, your best bet is to shop online. Adobe Analytics predicts retailers will offer up to 35% off listed prices with the deepest discounts on toys, electronics, and clothing. Consumers will likely spend around $221 billion online shopping starting in November through the end of the year. The discounts expected include electronics up to 30% off, clothing up to 25%, sporting goods up to 24%, TVs up to 22%, and furniture and bedding up to 11% off. Now to your Sports Unlimited news. We are just one day closer to kicking off week 6 of college football around the nation. That means we are gearing up for another sports-filled weekend. You can watch right here on Fox 45 at 10 a.m. on Saturday. You can catch big noon kickoff. Then the Terrapins head to Ohio State to take on the Buckeyes. That's at noon. UCF Knights and Kansas follow with their kickoff at 4 p.m.
Then stick around on Fox 45 for Fox NFL Kickoff on Sunday. That starts at 11 a.m. At 4 p.m., you can watch the Cincinnati Bengals and Arizona Cardinals. They're going head-to-head for the first time in 4 years.
Well, whether it's college or pro, we want to see how you are cheering on your favorite team this season. Just scan the QR code there on your screen. It's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. There you can upload your pictures and videos, and it is all powered by Stackla.
All right, take a look at this. Just a quiet and orange hue out there in the city this morning, right? I mean, we are getting set for the big weekend around here, no doubt about that. 69 right now at BWI, calm conditions. I think in morning where you know, if you're driving, especially going up north, maybe toward York today, PA, a couple of showers, just not much. Very, very light rain. That changes by, let's say, this time tomorrow morning. But for now, most of the rain and the associated front, our next weather maker, still sits off to the west. Showers from Pittsburgh back down through Parkersburg, extending down through the Ohio Valley. It's going to take a while to get here to Maryland. It's not a particularly fast-moving system. Upper to mid 60s this morning. I think a pretty good morning drive for you. No major concerns there. Temperatures across the entire Baltimore region are hovering in the upper 60s right now. As soon as that sun comes up, we begin to get a little more sunshine. We'll see the numbers quickly going into the 70s. In fact, some spots like downtown Baltimore, Richmond, places just down into Virginia, probably going to be 80 degrees or so today, especially if we get a little peekaboo sunshine breaking through this afternoon, which is certainly possible because right now, again, most of the moisture with this boundary is still out to the west of our state. However, things do change as we go through the day. You can see mostly cloudy conditions, maybe a few breaks of sunshine. If we get more sunny peaks, that would mean not just a warmer day, but maybe even an isolated thunder shower this evening. Not impossible. Overall, though, the bigger story is going to be temperature-wise here as we go through the course of the week. I mean, it's been way above average, unseasonably warm. I don't have to tell you that. But the upper 70s of the day will give way to, at best, mid-upper 60s tomorrow. And then as we go into Saturday night into Sunday, we are talking about a major cool down. In fact, Sunday morning, low to mid 40s. Are you kidding me? That is going to be just a huge change as you maybe go out the door to get your Sunday underway first thing. Definitely going to need the coat as you go out there Sunday morning. But for today, just the opposite. We're still in a summer-like pattern here for one more day across the Baltimore area. Still looking pretty good here, I think, for the game. Maybe some showers early on. Right at the start toward the first pitch, but again, the system clearing out to the east, so that should make for overall better weather as that front kicks off to the east. There's the trend for you from the 70s to the 60s to barely out of the 50s on Sunday, but then much more sunshine on tap next week and a warm-up back into the 70s.
Wyatt, thank you. Let's take a look at our Lens Solar traffic network on this Friday morning. Things looking pretty good. Our live cameras around the Beltway showing cars moving, volume picking up a little bit, but no major issues to report. Great time to get up and head out. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Hi again, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Camden 843 with an 8 to 10 minute delay, and Brunswick 872 running 5 to 10 minutes late. A lot of time for travel there. Light Rail Link maintaining the schedule. No delays in either direction of that service at present. You'll find Metro Subway Link on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Now to a traffic alert for you this morning. The price you pay on toll roads is about to go up. The state says its hope is to fund new infrastructure projects. It comes as we get a slight decrease in gas prices statewide. Right now, it costs less than $3.46 a gallon in Maryland. That is 9 cents less than a week ago and 10 cents lower than a month ago. Nationally, the cost per gallon is $3.74.
I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with renewed discussions about politicians and their ages. And is it time for term limits?
It is 5:51 as you take a live look over the harbor. An exciting weekend ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines, family and friends gathering in remembrance of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein in San Francisco.
A private memorial service took place on the steps of City Hall, where her career was launched as mayor. The vice president, Senate Majority Leader, and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi were among the 1,500 paying their respects.
They shared memories of Feinstein's life as a public servant and friend. Her granddaughter says she will always remember her as a constant and unyielding source of love.
Your family loves you. We are so proud of you. We miss you. And you will always, always be my sunshine.
President Biden did not attend the service, but shared a recorded message saying Feinstein built a legacy for many generations to come. She'll be buried at a private family-owned ceremony.
While Senator Feinstein will be remembered for her remarkable career and more than 30 years on Capitol Hill, there is now increased talk about the age of politicians in Washington.
Sinclair's chief political correspondent, Scott Thuman, takes a look at the issues of age and ability.
In Washington, experience matters, and that wisdom often comes with age. But there is a renewed debate about how old is too old to govern. Though it's not just about a number, it is also about ability. Mental fitness is sometimes the larger consideration, especially in the current race for the White House.
We all age so differently. Some people are old when they're 45, and others are spry at 90. So it should always be a case-by-case basis. You can be a national treasure and still be too old for the job. If I'm on a plane and the pilot says, "This is your captain, Buzz Aldrin," I'm getting off.
President Biden's more frequent moments of perceived confusion have given political opponents fodder for attacks.
I mean, the guy can't find his way off of a stage. And this guy gets up. Where am I?
Concerns cross party lines, though.
And a string of
81-year-old Mitch McConnell has twice frozen in front of cameras in recent months for extended periods.
All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute.
Prompting many to say it's time for him to step down, though he has no plans to, nor does 83-year-old Democrat Nancy Pelosi, who just announced she is running again.
I am motivated to do everything I can to win this election. I think it's urgent for our democracy.
Last month, the New York Times documented 20 lawmakers over the age of 80, some retiring, but the Times points out most have given no indication they intend to leave.
Also sticking around here for decades, the debate over term limits, and something one recent survey shows 5 in 6 Americans would like to see. On Capitol Hill, I'm Scott Thuman.
All right, Scott, thank you. In your election 2024 news, presidential candidate Cornel West is ditching the Green Party and is instead running as an independent.
Says we need you to be part and parcel of wrestling with this corporate duopoly, this two-party system that impedes.
The 70-year-old former Harvard and Princeton professor announced the move on social media, once again promising to, quote, give power to the people. His campaign gave little explanation for the change, but they did note West's desire to avoid the Green Party's nominating process.
Now, without the help of a party, West secures his spot on the ballot in all 50 states himself.
In the meantime, top Biden administration officials say it has been a productive week meeting with leaders in Mexico.
And that includes Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Attorney General Merrick Garland, and Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas.
They're holding talks with their counterparts on key issues like migration, drug trafficking, and arms trafficking.
Officials from both nations emphasizing they must work together to address these challenges. Secretary Mayorkas also making it clear the U.S. has not changed its policy with respect to a border wall, despite a recent announcement.
From day one, this administration has made clear that a border wall is not the answer. That remains our position, and our position has never wavered.
Well, it comes after the Biden administration waived 26 federal laws to allow for more border wall construction in South Texas. The funds were appropriated in 2019 before President Biden took office.
You can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and your forecast, and we do it in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, just tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore.
It's going to be great. I think they're ready for it.
The wait is almost over. We will show you how the Bad Birds of Baltimore are gearing up for Game 1 of the ALDS.
I mean, how do you guys feel here at Camden Yards?
I am so ready. Well, this is the first post-game season we had here.
And guess what? That line already wrapping around the corner. Come out to Camden Yards, meet us for all the fun as we head to the MLB World Series. Watch.
It's exciting, and it's also a day of changing weather around Baltimore. We'll talk about when the showers come in, when the rain moves out for your Saturday. That's all coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, we saw it out there. Birdland is buzzing with anticipation this morning as the O's gear up to take on the Rangers and start their playoff journey tomorrow.
Taking a live look over Camden Yards, the stage for tomorrow's matchup. First pitch, 1:03 p.m. But again, as Taylor mentioned, we're already seeing some cars lining up for some stenciling.
Very exciting. And we thank you so much for being here on this Friday, October 6th. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Megan Gilland. We need to bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. He's taking a look at the forecast and if this is going to impact impact tomorrow's afternoon game.
Oh, I'm telling you, and Megan, Shannon, you look great. A sea of orange back there behind you, so fantastic. And it's exciting, and I think the weather is going to cooperate for the most part. Take a look at radar this morning. Just a couple of showers out there. Mainly, we've seen them in Harford County, northern Baltimore County, but most of the rain still out to the west. That's our next weather maker, that line of showers you see toward Pittsburgh and Parkersburg. Yeah, that's going to be tracking our way later tonight and especially into the early part of our Saturday. Temperatures mild this morning, set to get milder later this morning, but we will talk much more about the rainfall tomorrow when it exits and how much cooler it gets by Sunday. All that straight ahead.
Wyatt, thank you. Out on the roads, your Len Stoller Traffic Network showing pretty nice conditions out there. Cars are moving, not a lot of volume. Great time to get up and head out.
The road through postseason baseball on Fox 45 is sponsored by Johns Hopkins Children's Center.
Birdland, there had to be a time during all of those losing seasons where each one of you wondered when the O's would get back to the postseason, and the 2023 team answered.
It's just amazing. Sports reporter Rocco DeSangro has more on the O's big matchup happening again tomorrow afternoon right at Camden Yards.
Welcome into your morning sports report. I'm Rocco DeSangro. This city has been waiting for years for the return of postseason baseball. And thanks to the success of the 2023 O's, it makes its return on Saturday when the O's play host to the Rangers. The two teams split the 6-game regular season series with each winning 3. While Texas has the edge in earned runs allowed for starting pitchers, the O's relievers are top 5 in that category, while the Rangers, they're towards the bottom of the league. Both teams hit the cover off the ball, with the O's ranking 7th in runs per game, while Texas is number 3. You can measure just about every stat in Major League Baseball. I'm telling you what, even resiliency, the O's lead the MLB with 48 comeback wins. That's first, and they're hard to put away.
I'm very anxious to start. I mean, this is why you do this for 6 months, and to have this opportunity in front of, with this group, especially the special, great character group of guys. It's been a lot of fun managing this year and hoping to play for a while.
The O's kick off the postseason against the Rangers with Game 1 of the ALDS Saturday at 1 p.m. Game 2 is at Camden Yards. That's slated for Sunday with 4:07 first pitch. Then the two teams head to Texas for Game 3 on Tuesday at 8:03 p.m. And you can catch that action right here on Fox 45. Then you have those if necessary games. 4 would be played in Texas. 5 would be back here at Camden Yards on Friday. And Fox 45 is your home for the 2023 World Series. The action starts on Friday, October 27th. You can watch every game right here on Fox 45. Listen, O's fans, if you're going to Camden Yards for games 1 or 2 or heading to Texas for games 3 or 4, please let us know. We'll be at all of them. That'll do it for Sports Unlimited. I'm Rocco DeSangro. Thanks for watching. Enjoy your day.
Rocco, thank you. Baltimore has waited 7 years for the Birds to make it to the playoffs, so needless to say, fans are a little excited.
Taylor Stewart joining us live from Camden Yards this morning with a line of excited fans. Taylor, you're ready. Let's go.
I'm one of them, okay? And there's a bunch of fans already out here. Guys, it's just 6 o'clock, but this is the time to show the O's you have their back. So right now, it's the final day of the Soak It In postseason events in Baltimore. And look at this line, guys, wrapped around Camden Yards. They want to get the Birds stenciled on their car, as most Baltimoreans should be doing as we are on the road to the World Series. So this is what you can do. Come down to Camden Yards anytime 6 to 10 a.m. on your way to work, and right here at home plate, you can get that car stenciled, roll through, roll out, and that's not all though, guys. We've got a lot going on. This is just the first event of the day. At noon, there's gonna be like kind of a block party, DJs, food trucks, special appearances. We'll have more on that later, but for now, just get out the house and get over here to Camden Yards. We'll be here live all morning. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News, y'all.
Great advice. Thank you, Taylor. Well, you should prepare for heavy traffic downtown from 6 this morning through 6 this evening. There are parking restrictions on the streets listed here on your screen. Just make sure to give yourself some extra time if you're traveling through downtown. Fans across the state have been showing us how they are cheering on the O's.
You got to check out this video from Veronica of her 1-year-old celebrating the night the Birds clinched the division.
Oh my gosh, you can feel the excitement. Yeah, we cannot help but just smile when we watch this. Thanks so much for sending that in, Veronica.
And check out these photos. On the left, Lorena sent us this photo from her family reunion. Look at them all in their O's gear. Very nice.
Well, on the right, Linda sent us this photo of baby June at her first O's game ever. So adorable. She looks like she's going to be a lifelong fan.
Do you know how lucky she is to be seeing this happening? She just was born and already having this. Yeah. We'd love to see how you're cheering on the O's in the first game of the ALDS. You can scan the QR code on your screen. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload your pictures and videos. Maybe June is good luck. Maybe that's what's happening.
So. Yeah,
this is all powered by Stackla, by the way.
Well, besides the O's game tomorrow, there are many events happening in Baltimore City this weekend.
Let's take a look. The Fells Point Fun Festival is kicking off today, and it goes through Sunday. You can enjoy live music. There's going to be tasty food, of course, cold drinks, shopping from local vendors. Admission is free unless you want to pay for a drink ticket.
Then tomorrow night at 7, Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks will hit the stage at M&T Bank Stadium. Shared stadium parking lots will open at 5:30 for concert goers with pre-purchased stadium lot permits. Gates to the stadium will also open up at 5:30. Needless to say, traffic in the city may be a bit of an issue this weekend.
My husband already said he's going to take the light rail. As a result, MTA, guess what? Adding some extra bus routes. Saturday, the MTA plans to have express shuttle buses from Glen Burnie, Cromwell, and Timonium Fairgrounds Light Rail Station from 8 a.m. until midnight. For ALDS Game 1, buses will be at the Camden Station curb.
Then after Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks, the light rail will run 1 hour after the concert ends, and buses will be staged in Lot C. If you want more information, you can head to the m.mta website.
That's going to help. Well, Adnan Syed appears in front of the Maryland Supreme Court. We're going to hear from both sides in the argument over victims' rights, as the decision could set a major precedent.
Today is the Maryland State Superintendent's last day on the job. Project Baltimore is examining the lack of transparency in the state education department and how it's impacting students.
And I'm Wyatt Everhart. A few showers on HD radar, mainly out in western Maryland. We'll talk about how things changed throughout the course of the weekend. Big changes temperature-wise, too. It's all straight ahead right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
if you are heading to Camden Yards tomorrow. We are hoping for a beautiful day weather-wise. Yes, fingers crossed. Where's the wood here?
Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart joins us with what we can expect tomorrow. It sounds like some chillier weather, but hopefully drying out for the game, right?
Drying out for the game. I think a lot of people down there early, right? So you may need the rain slicker early and then maybe like the fleece by the end of the game. So hopefully you have a lot of orange-colored apparel. Take a look at this. Cloudy conditions right now, okay? A few showers coming in tonight. But most of the rain's coming in overnight into the early day tomorrow. So that Orioles forecast, we're talking about 60s falling into the 50s. But yes, the rain ending and drying out quickly toward the start of the game. So that is great news.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Do you need a COVID vaccine but don't have insurance? Where you can go today and receive your shot for free.
And following the historic vote to oust Kevin McCarthy as House Speaker, the search continues for a replacement. The prominent figure now in talks to go to Capitol Hill and help the GOP figure things out. It's 6:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We are taking you live to Capitol Hill, where a vote on the next Speaker of the House is set for Tuesday. Right now, the two leading candidates are Representative Steve Scalise, the Majority Leader, and Jim Jordan, the Judiciary Committee Chairman. Early this morning, former President Donald Trump weighing in, endorsing Jim Jordan. And this morning, we have political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us live to weigh in on all of this. Armstrong, we'll start with that early morning Truth Social message from Trump. What kind of weight do you think that endorsement actually has?
Well, it tells you that Matt Gaetz is doing Donald Trump's bidding, is what it tells you. And it also tells you that Jim Jordan is not as loyal to the Speaker as the Speaker was led to believe. It also tells you that this makes Machiavelli looks like a walk in the park. And it also tells you that the government will shut down. There will be gridlock, because the one thing that McCarthy was able to do was cross the aisles and negotiate a continuing resolution. And what they're telling you now, no more money for Ukraine, no more playing around and crossing the aisle. This is why U.S. senators from both sides of the aisles were speaking out to Democrats and Republicans yesterday. What are you doing? You've got to have a moderate person who's willing to work on both sides. Being on the right and catering to extremists will never work. There will be gridlock. And what you'll begin to see is the collapse of this government.
What is happening with the Republican Party? What does this say about what they're doing in ousting McCarthy and trying to not reach across party lines?
Let's make sure we have the right narrative here. It's not just the Republicans.
That's what I was going to say, too. It goes both ways on Democrats,
Nancy Pelosi assured Kevin McCarthy that if there was anybody to stand up to vacate with one vote, she would step in to save him. She signaled to her caucus and to Hakeem Jeffries 2 days before the vote, do nothing to save Kevin McCarthy. Matt Gaetz was working with Pelosi and AOC to undermine Kevin McCarthy. Because
why would Pelosi want to do that and make...
It is personal. She and Kevin McCarthy, both from California, have never had a relationship, have never gotten along, but they need a narrative to say that the Republican Party is disintegrating, they're in chaos, and they cannot govern. But what they forgot, what Schumer reminded them of yesterday, we've got to work for the American people.
Right.
Listen, the Democrats, the 8 who all work together, oust Kevin McCarthy, was the best person. Jim Jordan is leading the impeachment inquiry. Jim Jordan is the one that continues to defend the January 6th. Jim Jordan has never made any apologies about defending Trump. Jim Jordan was on the phone with Donald Trump getting advice on how to move forward. And if Matt Gaetz is saved, what does this tell Kevin McCarthy and their allies that he cannot be ousted? It's war within the Republican Party. It's just a mess.
So war within the Republican Party, Democrats who aren't going to reach across the aisle. You mentioned government shutdowns. At what point do we change course? What is going to be the change?
This is why the Senate spoke out yesterday. Be careful on whom you name as your next speaker. And they were telling him Jim Jordan is not the person. Maybe Steve Scalise, but you've got to have someone in the spirit of Kevin McCarthy who's willing to cross the aisle and say whatever you want to say about that. You may say he worked with them to fund Ukraine. You may say all these things, but the government is functioning. Remember, Megan, you think it's bad now? It can be far worse than you could ever imagine. And we don't need this at this point where so many things are falling apart at the seams. So many people have lost their way of life. They're bickering like children. And yet we're looking for real leadership. And what we see in our leadership now, both sides of the aisles, is nothing but pandemonium, uncertainty.
Do you think Scalise would be any different, just real quickly? Would he be someone that could reach across the aisle?
The fact that Trump did not endorse him is a good sign that he is not willing to do his bidding. Trump has has all these indictments. He's in Manhattan court. Trump, to some of these people, is still the party leader, but they should be independent. And the legislative branch should not allow Donald Trump to poison them, to infiltrate, and have them do things that in the long run is not in the best interest of this country. Because what Donald Trump believes in is blowing the place up. This is not the time for that. It's not the time and the place, mate.
I know we're going to see on Tuesday who they're going to pick, and we'll have another conversation then. Armstrong.
Well, it's going to probably be Jordan, possibly. It's the way it's going.
We'll see. Thank you.
We'll see. Thank you.
Weather-wise, changes in the air, that's for sure. You know, we've had such unseasonably warm weather all week. It continues this morning. 73 in the city right now, widespread 60s, even Naptown near at 71. These numbers are going to be dropping sharply starting Saturday and really dropping on Sunday. So if you like the warm stuff, enjoy it this morning, my friends, because it just doesn't hold for the weekend. A couple of isolated showers this morning on HD radar. Not much weather. Most of the action still well out west toward Pittsburgh in the Ohio Valley. That's our next weather maker, cold front on the march. And so behind this boundary, much cooler air. Sunday looks dry, but much cooler as we get into that system. And also some pretty stout northwest winds coming in Saturday night into Sunday. So going to the O's game, good and bad news. Good news is the rain is likely to be overnight into the early part of Saturday. This is a close call, but it looks good right now. Most times these rain systems will exit a little faster than modeled. Right now, these are modeled to end right around 1 o'clock on Saturday. So that means a few wet seats, but dry weather overall for the O's game. And then it is clear and much cooler Saturday night into Sunday. Look at this. The numbers on Sunday, tough to get out of the 60s. By Saturday night into Sunday morning, we're talking about widespread low 40s, Western Maryland in the 30s on Sunday morning. So again, just a dramatic change. None of that today, though. It's another summer-like Friday for you. Dress light. Going to the game, dress for a little damp weather early and then much cooler weather as we push into those late innings. And it will be breezy down there at Camden Yards as well. Not a ton of rain. Rain total is likely to be less than 1/4 of an inch, so that's some good news as well. Overall, though, again, watching that cold front on the march, and it will have an impact. Look at this, 68 to 60, and checking out that 7-day forecast, you see the numbers really down in the 40s for the next several nights from Sunday into Monday. However, we do get a bit of a warm-up into the latter part of next week.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Your Len Stoller traffic network now showing light volume, no issues to report.
Well, it's a love story, and it's making a lot of people mad. How NFL is responding to backlash surrounding their coverage of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
It never ends. And new car prices skyrocketing. In today's Consumer Reports, what you need to know about leasing and the tax credits that you could receive. It is 6:21, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$624, buying a new car is expensive, with many drivers now considering leasing their next car.
This morning, Consumer Reports gives you valuable insights on how to get started.
The average price of a new car is now over $48,000, so it's no wonder leasing this year will account for 21% of new vehicle sales.
I think people prefer to lease out a car versus purchasing a new one because they always have the latest technology and the newest models.
Comparing to buying new with a loan, leasing a vehicle will lower your bill by an average of $139 each month.
You just have to keep in mind that there are mileage restrictions and potential excess wear and tear charges that could come along with leasing.
After you find the car that you want, it will be time to start negotiating.
You can negotiate the vehicle's overall price, which is also known as the capitalized costs in leasing. And that can significantly lower your monthly payments. So try and strike a deal that suits your budget.
Other things to negotiate: your lease interest rate, also called money factor, which influences your overall payment. And very important, your mileage allowance. If you anticipate driving more than the standard limit, considering an EV. A federal tax credit of $7,500 for electric vehicles might make leasing even more appealing.
While the tax credit for buying an EV comes with a lot of restrictions, where it's built, how much it costs, where the battery comes from, those all go out the window if you lease. The dealer can claim the full $7,500 tax credit. So first, negotiate your best price and then make sure that the dealer passes that on to you by taking it off the overall price of the car.
Sunny and dry today, but a cold front is moving in. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart will let us know how it's going to impact us.
I'll tell you what's not cold. Orioles fans, they're on fire, and they're here at Camden Yards. We'll tell you why just ahead. Keep watching Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. Can you see we're excited about the game? It's Friday, October 6th. I'm Megan Gilland.
Yeah, just a little excited. I'm Shannon Lilly. We need to check and see how the weather is shaping up for tomorrow. Let's get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart, where we know there's going to be some rain, but will it hold off for the game?
I think overall we're setting up well, but I just love this sea of orange we've got going on this morning, and well into October. We're just going to keep it going here, and I think overall weather will cooperate, but it's going to be some chilly October-like baseball here in Baltimore. I'm going to tell you that right now. 73 in the city currently. It's still very, very warm out there, much warmer than average for this time of year. Nothing more than a couple of stray showers in Harford County toward Bel Air. Most of the action still well off to the west. Our next weather maker out there, that's our frontal boundary on the march. But the rain for the most part from that system does not come in until overnight tonight into the early part of your Saturday. So pretty good bus stop weather for the kids. Maybe give them the rain slicker just in case, but overall I think just a breaks of sun in the clouds this afternoon and a stray shower. We'll talk about the main rain when it arrives and importantly when it clears tomorrow. Coming up just a few.
All right, thanks, Wyatt. Now to the Lens Solar Traffic Network. We're taking a look at your drive times this morning, and look at that. Everyone's in the green. You are good to go.
Nobody gave us a chance at the start of the year. Nobody. Those were the words of O's skipper Brandon Hyde following the organization's first AL East title since 2014. And there are many in the baseball world that still don't believe in the Birds and Orioles' magic. Oh, they're going to be surprised.
Oh, yes. I mean, maybe it's because the O's had a few days off or the lack of postseason experience. But Brandon Hyde believes this group is built for October baseball regardless.
Something to be said with postseason experience. There's something to be said with continuing to play. But we'll see how our guys react. I think it's going to be great. I think they're ready for it. Like I said, I think that a lot of these guys have played in big games, and they're maybe not at this stage, but playing in the College World Series, playing in those type of games, those things all add up.
And they're talented. Game 1 of the ALDS will take place at Camden Yards, happening tomorrow. First pitch 1 p.m., 1:03 to be exact.
And in the meantime, Birdland is buzzing with excitement and showing their O's pride as well.
It's exciting. We've got Taylor Stewart joining us live this morning from Camden Yards with what it's like down there this morning and why we might need to bring our cars down there too, Taylor.
I mean, the energy is incredible, just the drive-through line. But let me show you what's going on here, guys. The O's literally want you to put them on your back, the back of your car, that is, or the side, or the front, wherever. But we want you to show off your Birdland pride as we head into the playoffs here. And a lot of folks already have. This line has been going for hours now. It's wrapped around Camden Yards. And it's not the only way you can get in on the action today. Take a look at your screen here. There's so much going on. This is the day to really begin hyping up for the postseason at noon. You've got like a Birdland block party. You're gonna have special appearances from the mayor, DJ, food trucks. But if you come out here this morning on your way to work, you can already get on the action. We'll be here throughout the morning talking to fans. You might be next. So stick with us here at Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all morning, and all O's, okay? We're all O's.
All O's. Taylor, thank you. Well, prepare for heavy traffic downtown. From 6 this morning through 6 this evening, there are parking restrictions on the streets listed here on your screen. So just make sure you give yourself some extra time if you're traveling through downtown this morning. And remember, if you can't make it to Camden Yards this morning at noon, the team will hold a pep rally with live music, lawn games, and giveaways. That's happening just outside of City Hall.
Fox 45 is your home for the 2023 World Series. The action starts Friday, October 27th. You can watch every game right here on Fox 45. And we want to see how you're getting ready for the Orioles playoff baseball. You can share your favorite photos and videos to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in or on the WBFF app. You can also scan that QR code that you see right there on your screen.
Turning now to football, we are just one day closer to kicking off week 6 of college football around the nation. That means we are gearing up for another sports-filled weekend you can catch right here on Fox 45. At 10 a.m. on Saturday, you can catch big noon kickoff. Then the Terrapins head to Ohio State to take on the Buckeyes at noon. UCF Knights and Kansas follow with their kickoff at 4 p.m.
And stick around on Fox 45 for Fox NFL kickoff on Sunday. That starts at 11 a.m. and at 4 p.m. you can watch the Cincinnati Bengals and Arizona Cardinals go head-to-head for the first time in 4 years.
Well, whether it's college or pro, we want to see how you are cheering on your favorite team this season. Just scan that QR code there on your screen. It's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. There you can upload your pictures and videos. It is all powered by Stackla.
Baltimore City residents can now get the latest COVID-19 vaccine for free. Find out how after the break.
And new details this morning on car thefts in Baltimore City. Has progress been made?
And we are off to a cloudy start this Friday morning. Temperatures are going to be rising into the 70s with a slight chance of rain. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart has a look at your full forecast coming up after the break. It's 6:35. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Oh my God, that's not a baby.
Orcas put on a show near Kingston, Washington, near Puget Sound. Orcas are found in every ocean. The Marine Mammal Commission says those around Washington, Oregon, and British Columbia are known as southern resident killer whales. 2 other resident groups are also tracked in the waters of the eastern North Pacific.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Breaking overnight, NFL Hall of Famer Dick Butkus has died. The Chicago Bears says Butkus passed away peacefully in his sleep Thursday at his home in Malibu, California. Butkus is widely regarded as one of the greatest linebackers the sport has ever seen. He is known for his crushing tackles. During his 9-year career with the Bears, Butkus was a first-team All-Pro selection 5 times and an 8-time Pro Bowl honoree. He was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame back in 1979. Butkus was 80 years old.
On the weather front, we're tracking the chance for showers not just tonight, but into your early Saturday. So look for rain likely into your early Saturday morning. Here's the great news for Orioles fans. You talk about a close call, but it looks like right around 1 o'clock tomorrow, the showers push out over the Chesapeake. That's going to make for good game day weather overall. Just a little damp at the park first thing. Cooling off, though. Breezy and much cooler conditions as we go from like the 5th into the 9th inning. So playing out there with a little wind and definitely a chill in the air.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. We have new details this morning. City police say 256 cars were stolen in the last week of September. That's down 7% from the previous 7 days.
As of September 30th, more than 8,200 cars have been stolen in Baltimore this year. It's more than triple the number stolen in the first 9 months of 2022. Law enforcement officials partially blame juvenile crime laws for a surge in thefts among young people.
They are choosing the kid under age 13 to be the driver. So we have 11-year-olds with no license, no training, driving these stolen cars at high speed.
What takes place in Baltimore County and Baltimore City directly affects my jurisdiction. They're stealing them, coming out to our jurisdiction, committing the crime, and then they're going back to wherever they came from.
Well, police say young people know the laws and may be more likely to steal cars knowing they won't face serious consequences.
If you have a car stolen story or know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Just scan the QR code on your screen and tell us what happened, or you can send an email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
If you don't already have an Easy Pass, you're going to want to carry more cash in your car. Why Marylanders could see a toll increase in the coming months.
Now we're both drenched in beer.
Charm City has waited 7 long years for this, and right now we're looking at live video from Camden Yards. Next, how Birdland is gearing up for Game 1 of the ALDS. 6:44 and now to your morning rush. With COVID infections on the rise across the country, the Baltimore City Health Department will be offering free COVID vaccines to those who do not have insurance or whose insurance will not cover the cost. Starting this morning, residents can receive those vaccines during walk-in hours at the Baltimore City Health Department's immunization clinic from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Health officials say the new vaccine is the only one developed to protect patients from the current strain. You can find more information on how to register on our website, which is foxbaltimore.com.
Also happening today at 11:15 in the City Hall Rotunda, Mayor Brandon Scott and other city officials plan to announce the National Minority Supplier Development Council. The four-day conference aims to showcase Baltimore's commitment to economic diversity and inclusion and will offer resources and networking opportunities for local small minority business owners.
Now to a traffic alert for you this morning. The price you pay on toll roads is about to go up since the state says its hope is to fund new infrastructure projects.
This comes as we get a slight decrease in gas prices statewide. Right now, it costs less than $3.48 a gallon in Maryland, and that's 7 cents less than a week ago, 10 cents lower than a month ago. Nationally, the cost per gallon, $3.78.
Get ready. Today, Birdland is gearing up for the start of their 2023 playoff journey.
It's so much fun, and Taylor Stewart is showing us some of the excitement already out at Camden Yards this morning with a lot of fans lining up. Taylor.
In your morning rush, but don't speed, down to Camden Yards and really show the O's you are in this with them. We're in the playoffs, and you might notice today on the highway, a lot of Birds fans will be flipping the bird. Not literally, that wouldn't be classy. We're in Baltimore, folks. But they're gonna have some signage on their cars, stencils with the logo as they support their team. Do you wanna miss out? You don't wanna miss out. We'll tell you more about the information and the details later today. Actually, it's 7 o'clock. Why don't you stick around here at Fox 45 Morning News. Taylor Stewart, back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Well, we need to get a check on your forecast and how things are going to shape up for the big game.
Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart here, and hopefully the rain isn't going to impact the stenciling out there today.
No, I think today, I mean, just like really spotty stuff.
Little sprinkles?
Yeah, I mean, very minimal. Even tomorrow, when the main rain comes in early in the morning, this is not like a soaking downpour type of situation. So light rain. I think what most are going to notice is the chill coming back is really going to be the big thing you notice for the most part this weekend. Right now, out at BWI, we're sitting warm, almost 70 degrees, 69 degrees to be exact, on a calm wind right now. Skies are overcast. We're going to continue to see mostly cloudy conditions most of the day. And so the low 70s will take a while to get into the upper 70s, I think, this afternoon. Not much at all in the way of rain this morning, so that's great news for all the O's fans already down at Camden Yards this morning. Chances for showers go up as we get our next weather maker in here. Our main boundary out to the west is bringing some pretty significant rain to Pittsburgh. Of course, we'll be on the road there this weekend as well. By then, the rain will be long out of Pittsburgh, so it'll be a dry game for the Ravens on Sunday. And our next 12 hours here locally in Baltimore, again, it's kind of more of the same, but not quite as warm because less sunshine today, okay? Mostly cloudy. I think some breaks of sunshine in the clouds toward the afternoon, and maybe a couple of more renegade stray showers late day as well. But the bulk of this precipitation holds off until really the overnight hours into the early part of our Saturday. That's our best chance for rain as we push towards, say, 11, 12 o'clock tonight. And then maybe even the rumble of thunder with some of these showers. This is a sharp change in temperatures behind this boundary. Now, the great news is, as we look to the day on Saturday, just in time for first pitch, it looks like the rain will be pushing out over the Chesapeake and onto the eastern shore, but still a little wet in the city, a little wet at Camden Yards from the earlier showers, more than likely. Clear and dry on your Saturday night on into Sunday, but clear, dry, and much, much cooler. Look at this temperature pattern. Upper 70s today. We'll drop the numbers tomorrow afternoon. We'll call it upper 60s, okay? And I think around the first pitch, just a much cooler day, but not chilly per se. By the ninth inning, the chill will be coming in on that northwest wind, and by overnight into Sunday morning, down in the 40s around here, even 30s off to the north and west. So the temperature trend is one of falling temperatures through the game tomorrow, but at least also drying conditions on that cool northwest wind. And again, not a lot of rain here. We're not talking about like a gully washer early Sunday, just showers, really. I think that's the story. Overall, again, that front will be bringing in some much colder air as well. The temperature trend dropping dramatically. Tough to get out of the 50s on Sunday around here, even with the sun back. A cool start to the week on Monday. And then you see here on the 7-day forecast, the trend longer term is for a bit of a warm up again. I think back into the low mid 70s toward the latter part of next week.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network. Drive times mostly in the green here. Volume picking up from 795 to 95 as folks get up and head out this morning, but still not too bad. No major incidents to report.
All right, trending right now, the NFL is defending its coverage of the relationship between Kansas City Chiefs star Travis Kelce and pop star Taylor Swift. After receiving some backlash from some fans and even Kelce himself, the league is calling it, her influence is crazy.
The Swifties. I am a huge football fan, but I was all about it. I don't know why I'm buying into this, but also I had no stock in that game. So if it was my team, I probably would have been annoyed that we were talking about
Taylor
Swift.
Swift.
Yeah. So I get that if you're a Chiefs or Jets fan, you would have been annoyed.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a Swiftie, so
You're watching for that.
But I think it's crazy how closely she's watched.
Yeah. It's got to be a different level of stardom when in an NFL game they're cutting to the stands from the game more frequently.
And
my
showing what
favorite-
sauce she's dipping into.
Everything. Seemingly
cool.
ranch. And the women saying, oh, good for T Swift, putting Travis Kelce on. So I don't think this is going anywhere. I think that as long as they're together, they're going to keep showing it because Swifties might outweigh the NFL fandom.
And
I
it's
can't believe
helping
I'm
them,
even saying
so-
that. But
Oh, yeah. Combined stardom, right? There you go.
Good golly.
Biggest
All right.
thing since benefit.
Oh my gosh, remember that? Forget about that. We're counting down to game one of the ALDS, and I have a feeling T Swift is not going to be there. Haven't heard any confirmation. Birdland certainly getting hype before the O's game, taking on the Rangers tomorrow.
But first, we are stepping up to the plate ourselves.
Let's hit this Friday out of the park with a coffee break. 4 men are accused of pumping deadly drugs into communities throughout Maryland.
Police say they're stashing drugs in upscale apartments and then putting them into the hands of street-level dealers.
Alexa Ashwell has the search for 2 of those members in Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say all 4 of these men have lengthy criminal histories. One was even convicted of second-degree murder. Now they're accused of supplying and selling drugs, as well as having an arsenal of weapons that authorities fear could be linked to other crimes. These 2 suspects still on the run. October 2023, downtown Baltimore's Office of the Attorney General. AG Anthony Brown calls a press conference. Federal, state, and local agencies are announcing the takedown of a multi-jurisdiction drug trafficking operation. High-level suppliers, 35-year-old Ronald Rawls and 37-year-old Corey Frazier, have been taken into custody. But mid-level suppliers, 36-year-old Jordan Bailey and 44-year-old Terrence Richburg, still on the run.
The 4 defendants named in these indictments are members of a criminal enterprise that has been operating since at least February of this year.
Investigators outlining how they say these 4 men conducted their drug trafficking operation. For months, agents tracking their movements throughout Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and Howard County. This indictment detailing the high-level suppliers would provide bulk quantities of fentanyl and cocaine to Bailey and Richburg, as well as an open-air drug shop in West Baltimore, and use upscale apartments as stash houses for their drugs and firearms. 2 of those locations in Baltimore City, Locust Point's Anthem House, and here on East Saratoga Street. Another location, a storage unit at this facility in Baltimore County. Bailey and Richburg are accused of repackaging the drugs for street-level distribution.
Evidence gathered during this investigation revealed drugs were destined for as far away as Maryland's Eastern Shore.
The evidence leading to the execution of multiple search warrants. According to investigators from the stash houses and defendants' homes, agents seized a total of 37 firearms, including automatic weapons and ghost guns, 1,000 rounds of ammunition, body armor, 8.5 kilograms or 18 pounds of fentanyl, 3 kilograms or 6 pounds of cocaine, and more than $300,000 in proceeds. The DEA warning just 2 milligrams of fentanyl, here compared to the size of a penny, is lethal.
That's enough to kill literally millions of people.
The number of and type of weapons seized equally as troubling. Authorities say the firearms will be entered into the national database NIBIN to see if they're linked to any violent crimes. Baltimore City alone has seen at least 214 homicides and 511 non-fatal shootings so far this year. For now, the high-level suppliers are facing a combined 257 criminal counts. Bailey and Richburg each facing about a dozen charges. Mid-level suppliers, wanted, believed fugitives of justice.
Our neighborhoods are not battlefields.
Take a good look. Bailey and Richburg, both from Baltimore County. Investigators say likely still in the greater Baltimore region. If you have any information regarding their whereabouts, you're asked to contact the Howard County Sheriff's Office. The number right here, 410-313-4216. Remember, you can always remain anonymous. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
This morning, we are counting down to Game 1 of the ALDS, how Birdland is already celebrating the O's upcoming playoff berth.
And the O's aren't the only thing happening this weekend. We will let you know where you can go for some good food, drinks, and live music. Wyatt, how's the weather looking for all this weekend fun?
Oh, we've got big changes ahead. We're tracking showers and much cooler temperatures. We'll talk about the timing straight ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, let's get it started. Taking you live to Camden Yards. We've got fans lining up. Look how far that line is going, gathering for a stencil on their car as the excitement builds for the postseason, which, by the way, happens tomorrow. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart joining us live with all the celebrations happening as we speak. And we are, of course, counting down all morning to the O's matchup with the Rangers in the first game of the ALDS.
Thanks so much for joining us this Friday. It's October 6th. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart joining us with how the weather is going to be shaping up for all the fun.
Megan, Shannon, I think it's going to be a changing weekend of weather. No question about that. Much cooler as we work through the weekend, but I think we're going to have decent weather for the Orioles game, and that is key. Right now, we've got upper 70s out there. Upper 60s to low 70s, but the numbers are going to be warming up fairly quickly today as we see very minimal rain shower action until at least late this evening, and that next boundary that has much cooler air behind it takes its time getting in here. So really today is a lot like yesterday, except I think cloudier, not as much sunshine, maybe a shower or two. So maybe send the kids out the door to the bus stop with that rain slicker just in case. The much better chance for rain will come Saturday morning. We'll talk about that and when it clears out and just how much colder it gets behind it. All coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Now to the Lens Solar Traffic Network. Volume is beginning to pick up on the Beltway. Delays are not major, and there are no accidents to report as of now, though.
Well, Baltimore has waited 7 years for the Birds to make it to the playoffs. So needless to say, fans were pretty excited.
Just a little bit. I mean, it's just been building all morning long. Taylor Stewart joins us live from Camden Yards this morning. So how are fans getting ready for the big game, Taylor?
I mean, I got to tell you guys a story. Once upon a time, it was 2016, we were in the playoffs. That hasn't happened in a long time. So what's changed, guys? Look at the fans. They're all here reacting to the guys you see on these flags just above here. Over here, we've got Cedric, Adley across here, and then Mountie. And just look at the cars, though, guys. It goes all the way down the street. Folks are getting their cars stenciled with that O's logo. So as you get out there, you can come over here and just get a Let's Go on the back of your car, or you can get an O's on your window. But you've got until 10 a.m. to get out here and get that done. But the fun doesn't stop there, guys. We have a whole day of events. This is the day we're getting ready to, do our Baltimore thing and just talk our stuff, because we are going to the World Series and proclaiming it now. And a lot of O's fans would agree. So put the city on your map, put it on your back, put it on the back of your car. Come out here to FOX45 Morning News, meet us, and we'll be out here all morning, live at Camden Yards. I'm Taylor Stewart, FOX45 Morning News.
Oh my goodness, just the littlest O's fan, sweetest ever, and we just cannot help but smile when we watch this. Thank you so much for sending this in, Veronica.
I just feel like he gets it.
Yeah.
Besides the O's game tomorrow, by the way, there are a lot of events happening in Baltimore City this weekend.
So let's take a look. The Fells Point Fun Festival kicks off today and goes until Sunday. You can enjoy live music, tasty food, cold drinks, and shopping from local vendors. Admission is free unless you want to pay for a drink ticket.
Then tomorrow night at 7, we've got Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks hitting the stage at M&T Bank Stadium. Shared stadium parking lots, they're going to open at 5:30 for concert goers with pre-purchased stadium lot permits. Gates to the stadium will also open up at 5:30. Needless to say, traffic in the city, it could be an issue this weekend. Plan ahead. Breaking overnight, NFL Hall of Famer Dick Butkus has died. The Chicago Bears says Butkus passed away peacefully in his sleep Thursday at his home in Malibu, California. He is widely regarded as one of the greatest linebackers the sport has ever seen. He's known for his crushing tackles. During his 9-year career with the Bears, Butkus was a first-team All-Pro selection 5 times and an 8-time Pro Bowl honoree. He was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1979. Butkus was 80 years old.
7:04 and continuing coverage this morning, the Maryland Supreme Court is deciding whether or not to reinstate Adnan Syed's murder conviction and send him back to prison or throw the conviction out completely.
Syed served more than 20 years in prison for the killing of Hae-Min Lee. A Baltimore City judge threw out his conviction a year ago. Hae-Min Lee's brother, Young Lee, was not able to attend that hearing in person. fact is at the center of yesterday's hearing. Lee says his rights were violated, claiming he was not given sufficient notice of the hearing. A Maryland appeals court ordered a new hearing and reinstated Saeed's conviction in March, while Lee's attorneys urged the Supreme Court to recognize the rights of victims to participate. Saeed's attorneys argue the point is really moot because the charges against him were actually dropped before the hearing. They also say Lee's rights were not violated because he attended virtually.
This appeal is about whether Mr. Lee's rights were satisfied by his remote attendance at the vacatur hearing and whether the state had the power to decide it no longer wished to prosecute a case it did not believe in.
Mr. Lee was not given adequate notice, was not given the right to attend the criminal justice proceeding, and was not given a meaningful right to be heard. That's all we're asking for.
The justices will issue an opinion later. They are reconvening November 3rd at 10 a.m.
Morgan State University has canceled homecoming activities after 5 people were shot Tuesday on the campus, a first for the university.
Right now, the Baltimore Police Department is asking for your help to find these persons of interest. Take a good look. This video was taken right near the shooting site. It appears to show 4 people moving around campus.
Police have still not made any arrests. Anyone with information is asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers at the number that's on your screen there.
Here's what we know so far about the Morgan State University mass shooting. We know 5 people were shot, 4 of them students. None of their injuries are said to be life-threatening. No one has been identified as a suspect, only persons of interest. All homecoming events are canceled through this weekend. This is the 3rd year in a row that gun violence has impacted Morgan State University homecoming events. An escaped inmate still on the run in Baltimore. 20-year-old Christian Green that you see right there, first reported missing Wednesday night. Police say he asked to use the restroom as officers were preparing to bring him to central booking for processing. During that bathroom break, Green was able to remove his handcuffs, overpower an officer, and escape. Green was originally arrested for allegedly stealing an ATM. Anyone with information on his whereabouts should contact Baltimore police.
2 top public safety positions in Baltimore are finally filled. Yesterday, Mayor Scott swore into office Fire Chief James Wallace and Police Commissioner Richard Worley, both men saying they're ready to bring more stability to their departments.
Let's give our new fire chief a big round of applause.
I will continue to work tirelessly to build upon our department's capabilities and to further ensure the safety and well-being of our community.
Commissioner of the Baltimore City Police Department.
Commissioner of the Baltimore City Police Department.
According to the Constitution of Maryland.
According to the Constitution of Maryland.
And the laws of Baltimore City.
And the laws of Baltimore City.
Let's give our police commissioner congratulations.
Thank Mayor Scott for even nominating me and sticking with me. We've had a rough couple months. So I want to thank him for sticking with me.
Well, Worley's swearing in comes as he faces questions about the department's handling of 2 recent high-profile crimes. Just last week, a 26-year-old tech CEO was murdered in Mount Vernon. The suspect was under the radar of police for a rape and assault just days before. But the department did not inform the public. Right now, the police department is also facing criticism for not doing enough ahead of the July mass shooting in Brooklyn Homes.
Baltimore County Police say a parent visiting Pine Grove Middle School was removed from the school. According to police, the parent got into a verbal argument with a student before snatching the student's phone and being escorted away from the school. None of the students were injured. Police say charges are pending.
Las Vegas police have released body cam footage from the arrest of the man charged in the 1996 murder of rapper Tupac Shakur. This video is from last Friday. It shows 60-year-old Dwayne Davis cooperating with police as they search and handcuff him. He's accused of ordering the murder of the rap legend. Tupac was killed in a drive-by shooting 27 years ago on the Las Vegas Strip. Hours before his murder, police say Tupac was involved in a casino brawl with the nephew of Davis. Davis is charged with 1 count of murder with a deadly weapon. He'll be back in court in 2 weeks.
It is 7:09, and it is time to get another check of our forecast.
Let's get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. We're going to have some fall-like temperatures. It's going to feel a little bit more like October, and we're dressed for that this morning, aren't we?
That's right, Shannon. I mean, it's one of those situations where people are like, where did fall go? And now I can tell you it is imminently coming back, starting really tomorrow. You see this cold front draped across the Midwest through Detroit, back down through Nashville. That is going to be tracking in our direction as we go into the next 24 hours. So watch what happens tonight ahead of that front. Showers, maybe even the rumble of thunder late tonight ahead of that boundary. Into the morning hours tomorrow, more scattered showers, probably the peak rain of the event. The great news is that looks to slide just east of Baltimore just in time for the game. Fantastic. So 65 at the first pitch. It's going to be a cool one out there. A little damp at the stadium from the earlier showers, but I think the game will be dry, just cool and breezy. We'll talk much more about how things get even chillier for Sunday. Straight ahead.
Morgan State has canceled its homecoming in response to the recent mass shooting that left 5 injured, 4 of them students. After the break, Ed Norris joins us to discuss how officials are responding and what it means for Baltimore's new police commissioner.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Another mass shooting in Baltimore as Morgan State University cancels all remaining homecoming events this week after 4 students and another person are shot right on campus. Police say none of the victims were the intended targets. Mayor Brendan Scott calling on Congress to do something to stop the gun violence. This is Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley has his 3rd national story since being nominated to the position. Joining us this morning for this week's Fox Undercover, former Police Commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed. Good morning. I want to start with Morgan State University here. Mayor Scott has been handled a couple different press conferences there. He's saying it's Congress's fault for not handling ghost guns, removing them completely, removing immunity from gun manufacturers, eliminating assault rifles, and extended clip magazines. He's got a whole list.
Which had nothing to do with the Morgan shooting whatsoever. And I still think it's just preposterous to pass this off to the feds. There's more guns than people in the U.S. We have the strictest gun laws. It shows you how unimportant that is, because if you don't enforce them, it doesn't matter because people are out on the street. Look, the average homicide perpetrator or suspect in this country is arrested 11 times prior to getting popped for homicide. So, I mean, we're doing it wrong, and blaming the feds is not the right thing to do.
Let's talk, though, about Richard Worley now. The police commissioner, he's been also in front. He takes over a couple days later. You have the huge mass shooting, though, that happened in Brooklyn Day. Then, since then, you had a murderer who tried killing. He raped, got into a house, raped, beat, tortured, and set on fire a couple. The police did not release any information on that. A few days later, he ends up being accused of killing Pavel Lepere, CEO Tech, and murdering her and leaving her on the top of a apartment building. And then you have Morgan State shooting here. He has been kind of picked on as his responses. He came out with this last one, though. I want to play you what he just said, responding to what he did with Billingsley.
The comments that I made were victim blaming, and I tell you, I misspoke. The last thing I ever want to do is blame a victim. No victim is ever at fault for a crime committed against them, especially this individual. This individual committed a heinous act, and I apologize to the victims everywhere if I offended them, because that's exactly the opposite of what I want to do.
That is in response because he said, I don't want to speak ill of the victims in there. So he was getting questioned on why he didn't tell the public to be on the lookout for Billingsley. He was being followed at the time. So he said, I didn't want to be ill of it. That's why I did not put it out. And they were trying to blame him for not saying anything. And that's what led to Pavel Lepere being murdered. What do you think about how he's handling it? And he's only been in this position for a few weeks now.
He's had a tough couple of weeks, unfortunately, and I do give him credit for actually stepping up and apologizing if his comments were interpreted that way. You never blame the victim. We're taught that when you're in the police academy. So it's good for him for stepping up and taking blame for that. And it's just, sadly, it's a really, really hard job, and people need to understand that, because these things are some of the stuff is beyond his control. And it's like a joke among police commissioners, like when you leave, you leave 2 notes for your successor. The first one says, you open it up at your first crisis, blame me. After your second crisis, you open up the second letter, says write 2 letters, because that's how quickly this job can go by. There's so much pressure and so much that you have to deal with, at an incredibly pressure-filled level, and he's facing it right early on in his tenure.
I know Mayor Scott really needs his approval to go through as quickly as possible, too, because Scott is coming up on it now, going against Sheila Dixon. So if his approval does not get passed or somehow looks bad, that would reflect on Scott. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a sham almost. I mean, he can make, the mayor here in this city is very powerful just by the nature of how it's structured. He could be the acting police commissioner for 5 years. If the mayor wanted to do that, basically when you're doing these confirmations, it's a way for the city council to garner favors. You have my vote, but I want this, and that's the stuff that's played behind the scenes. They did it to me with the city, did it to me with the state. It's just gamesmanship.
But Worley looks good then, at least he doesn't look frail or apologetic when he's saying there, and it actually looks like he's going to be a better leader then?
I think so. I mean, I like the fact that he stepped up and took responsibility, and you're responsible for everything as police commissioner, every single thing that goes on, like it or not. And I like the fact he stood up and took responsibility. He's had a tough go, but I mean, this is a tough place. There's other people that work for him that should be looking out too, with the Brooklyn shooting and things like this, where, what happened at Morgan. I mean, there's a lot of things going on that need to be done at a much lower level. That is not his fault, but he's got to step up and take the arrows.
Ed Norris, thank you.
Thank you.
You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
All right, 7:18 here. Time to get a check of our forecast.
Let's get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with a look, because we're going to start to feel a little bit more like fall soon, right, Wyatt?
Exactly. I mean, look, if you were like, where did fall go? Great news for you. It comes back this weekend. And a great shot of Camden Yards this morning under the clouds, but not really under much in the way of rain shower activity right now. 70 BWI, no rain to speak of there, no wind to speak of. A little low cloud cover, dropping the visibility just slightly, but basically quiet weather. 70 in the city. 60s north and west, 60s also here on the east side. These will look more like the high temperatures on Saturday. The morning lows this morning, like the highs tomorrow. We don't even get anywhere near the temperatures we're at now on Sunday, so it is going to be sharply cooler. I'll show you that in just a second in detail. But here's our next weather maker, at least the showers ahead of it. Got a cold front. The front itself is actually back toward Cleveland, but the showers out ahead of that front already hitting Pittsburgh, even edging in toward far western Maryland. Here's some morning showers out toward Deep Creek Lake right now. Your planner today, though, is going to be a mild one and a mostly cloudy one. I do think a few breaks of sunshine will be possible through the day, and maybe a stray shower, maybe even a stray thunder shower this evening as we get this main frontal boundary pushing into the states. Clash of the air masses, right? Warm, humid air still in place across Maryland and the East Coast. Much cooler, drier air back out across the upper Midwest. Those two kind of collide, and that's what sparks the showers and maybe the thunder shower action late tonight. Great news tomorrow, though, is most of that rain, if not all, we hope, out of here just in time for the first pitch. So this projects the rain right now on Future Scan sliding out over the Chesapeake again as early as 1 o'clock tomorrow. And a lot of times these models are a little slow. So I think we're probably going to see some wet seats, a damp park, but probably no active rain coming down during the game tomorrow. So that's great news. Temperatures tomorrow will be much cooler than today. Drop about 10 degrees off of those numbers. And during the game, they're really going to drop as we go into the late afternoon and the northwest winds come in. Look what happens tomorrow night. 40s. 30s in western Maryland, so that is going to be sharply cooler. But again, for the game, I think 60s down into maybe the upper 50s by the end of it, and really not much rain. We're just talking about some intermittent showers tonight into the early day tomorrow. Overall, though, the trend for the weekend, much cooler, 60 on Sunday. Take a look at this, though. By the time we get out of Monday, the chill starts to loosen its grip. I think we make it back into the low 70s as we work toward midweek.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Wyatt. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Traffic on the Beltway picking up as the morning goes on here, but there are no major issues to report as of now. That's a stark difference to what's it's expected to look like this weekend. Get ready, especially if you're heading down to the stadiums. Make sure to leave yourself plenty of extra time because there will likely be a lot of traffic.
And we're at Hereford High School this morning, getting ready for Spirit Week, getting ready for homecoming. Oh my goodness, you can feel the excitement in the air as the people pour in for the school, the beginning of school. We're here this morning, getting hyped on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
A lot of fun to be had here in our city this weekend. 7:22 as we leave you with a live look over Camden Yards. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Topping your health watch this morning as we head into the cold season, the Baltimore City Health Department is providing new COVID-19 vaccines at no cost to city residents. Starting next week, anyone living in the Baltimore city limits can register for the vaccination program. Vaccines will also be available for those without health insurance. You can visit our website at foxbaltimore.com to learn more.
Maryland's school superintendent is set to resign today after weeks of controversy. Up next, the Project Baltimore investigations that raise serious questions over transparency within the Maryland State Department of Education.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Taking you live to Camden Yards this morning, where fans are celebrating the O's playoff berth. In just 10 minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us live with some car stenciling.
Oh, it's so fun. And just seeing the excitement on all of those fans' faces. It's Friday, October 6th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Shannon Lilly. You know, it's been building all morning, but we need to find out what the weather is going to be like. Seems like it's going to be okay. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is here to explain.
And you know what you can't see on Wyatt's tie? There's little Orioles.
That's right. We get the mini birds here. I actually got this back in 16.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, because it was exciting then too. But this feels even like more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The team just has that energy to it this time.
There's a lot of talent.
And yeah, I will say this, playing in October, it hasn't felt like October all week. It will feel like October for the game tomorrow, though. I promise you that, especially tomorrow evening. Temperatures now are mild out there. It's widespread upper 60s and low 70s. Just very little rain out there on HD radar. Had a couple of showers earlier toward Bel Air. Those have cleared. Most of the rain is out in far western Maryland, extending all the way out into Pittsburgh and Cleveland right now. That's our next weather maker, that frontal boundary on the march. It will get in here early in this late tonight and early in the day tomorrow, but optimistic those showers clear for the big game. So that means just cool and breezy as the O's take on the Rangers right here in Baltimore. It is going to be exciting, but it is going to be October-like for multiple reasons, including the temperatures. We'll talk more about the second half of the weekend coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Later today, Maryland State Superintendent of Schools Mohammed Chaudhry is set to resign.
As Chris Pabst explains, his resignation follows a series of Project Baltimore investigations that raised serious questions over transparency within the Maryland State Department of Education and potential violations of state law.
Mohammed Chaudhry is stepping down after just 2 years as the Maryland State Superintendent of Schools, marking the end of a tumultuous term. In his final goodbye, he penned this op-ed in the Baltimore Sun, touting what he calls critical progress. But Project Baltimore took a closer look at his performance. The op-ed, published this week in the Baltimore Sun, reflects on Chaudhry's 2+ years leading the State Department of Education and reads as a record of his accomplishments. Among them, Chaudhry cites improvement on state test scores, saying literacy results are better than before the pandemic. And in math, students are showing signs of recovery from COVID learning loss. While literacy rates have improved across the state, lagging math scores continue to raise alarm. Project Baltimore analyzed the spring 2023 state test results and found at least 200 Maryland schools where 5% or fewer students tested proficient in math. We also found 13 Baltimore City high schools where 0 students among those tested scored proficient in math. The op-ed does not address math scores in Baltimore City, but Chaudhry does say grant funding under his leadership helps city schools improve English test scores by 4.5 percentage points in grades 3 through 8. That is also true. But even with the improvement, only 25% of 3rd through 8th graders in Baltimore City schools are proficient in English. That's the lowest in the state by 5 full percentage points.
These schools are 5 minutes from this building.
In June, Chaudhry acknowledged strained relations with lawmakers in Annapolis, even writing an apology letter for his missteps. But in this op-ed, he says he changed the way the Maryland State Department of Education functions, making it an effective operation. That is not what we heard from former employees like Robert Eccles, who testified before the state board, saying Chaudhry's leadership created a toxic workplace culture.
Transformational leaders actually lead people and don't disparage them. They invite feedback and can take criticism without retaliation.
In this op-ed, Chaudhry never says why he's leaving, but his resignation follows a series of Project Baltimore investigations that raise concerns about his leadership.
Mr. Superintendent, have you ever used the Signal application and commission of your job?
I have no comment. Thank you much. Appreciate it. For my job?
Well, Project Baltimore first showed you that video last month, exposing how Chaudhry used the encrypted messaging app Signal to conduct state business. We obtained screenshots, some of which appear to show Chaudhry berating an employee, supporting allegations that the superintendent created a toxic workplace culture.
This I pondered for months, taking this stand.
Days after Fox 45 broke that story, 3 Republican lawmakers took a strong stance, calling on Chaudhry to step down immediately.
And if you're not going to have the transparency, let somebody else do it.
At the same time, Governor Wes Moore, a Democrat, also came out strong when asked about Project Baltimore's reporting.
I want transparency, I want accountability, and I want a superintendent that believes in it and can deliver it.
Just 9 days after Project Baltimore exposed how Chaudhry used that encrypted messaging app for work, he announced he would step down. But this was not the first time that he had come under fire. Project Baltimore, this past summer, also reported how Chaudhry used a secondary email account to conduct state business, and that his state-issued cell phone was set to auto-delete text messages after 30 days. 12 of those messages were deleted after Fox 45 filed a public records request to obtain them, a potential violation of state law. Months before that, we exposed how MSDE, without telling the public, removed state test scores from its website, heavily redacted them, and then reposted them, a move that kept parents and taxpayers from seeing how poorly some schools are performing.
Mr. Chaudhary.
That decision by MSDE sparked backlash. But when we tried to question Chaudhary about it,
Test scores on the website.
he locked himself behind a door. In the wake of our findings, lawmakers and special interest groups have demanded answers, asking the Attorney General, State Prosecutor, and Inspector General for Education to investigate.
There cannot continue to be scandal after scandal after scandal.
These schools are not thriving.
All of this proved to be too much. Sources within the State Department of Education told us the school board's support for Chaudhary deteriorated with each new Project Baltimore finding. The state superintendent agreed to resign and transition to a new role as senior advisor to the state school board. His $310,000 salary will stay the same until his contract expires in June 2024. Now, the state board will conduct a nationwide search for the next state superintendent of Maryland Public Schools. The state school board appointed Dr. Carrie Wright as the interim superintendent until a permanent replacement can be found. Dr. Wright serves as the Mississippi state superintendent, where she's credited with improving literacy scores. Project Baltimore in the coming weeks will take a closer look at what Dr. Wright did to improve those reading scores in Mississippi, a state that had been struggling for decades. And could those strategies also work in Maryland? I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Taking a live look over Camden Yards, the excitement building as O's fans line up to get some Orioles pride. We're going to have more in just a moment. And with so many events this weekend, you might want to make sure to pack an umbrella. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart has your weekend forecast right after the break. 7:37 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning, all Orioles magic.
7:40 today, Birdland is gearing up for the start of their 2023 playoff journey.
If you think this is a sea of orange, well, Oriole Park at Camden Yards is the stage for the O's first playoff game, and it is all orange out there. First pitch is tomorrow at 1:03 p.m., but the action at Camden Yards already getting started today.
It's been building all morning long, and Taylor Stewart is live at Oriole Park right now with a look at the community event happening today that you can take part in. Taylor, what's going on?
Guys, rain or shine, you're gonna want to get in line here at Camden Yards. Everyone needs to put the O's in their back because we're going to the playoffs, baby. What better way to do it than get the logo stenciled on your cars? You're rolling down 83. You obviously can show you're an O's fan. Now, as you see a lot of fans probably flipping the bird, not literally, guys, you're gonna want to know that we also have other events happening today as well. This is really the kickoff to our World to Road series as we come back for the first time since 2016. So take a look at the list of events on your screen. After this finishes up at around 10 o'clock, we're back at noon for what's going to feel like a block party. A lot of O's fans, special appearances from the mayor. We're also going to have food trucks, food, and the party's already started, you guys. So come down to Camden Yards as we prepare to give our O's the love they deserve as they head into the playoffs. We're live this morning here at Camden Yards. Taylor Stewart, FOX45 Morning News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Have you tried and failed to go vegetarian? A new study says it might be in your genes. Up next, we sit down with a health expert to see how your DNA could impact your diet. It's 7:41. Morning news, all local, all morning as we take one more shot over Camden Yards this morning. Let's go.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
Well, have you ever tried to go meatless and failed? It might be in your DNA. A study published in the Public Library of Science Journal is finding 4 genes associated with how easy it is for you to stick to a vegetarian lifestyle. Joining me this morning to discuss this, the director of the University of Maryland School of Medicine Center for Integrative Medicine, Dr. Chris D'Adamo. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
So this is a very interesting study. What are your key takeaways here?
Well, the key takeaways, I think we all know diet is not one size fits all, and certain diets seem to work better than others for certain people. So this suggests that there might be a genetic component to it, though it's not the most important factor to whether we can stick to a diet or not. It's just one of them.
So what is the most important factor then?
Really, regardless of what kind of diet you're doing, whether it's a vegetarian diet, a keto diet, a Mediterranean diet, paleo diet, you name it, there's a lot of different dietary strategies, is to eat whole foods, to minimize the processed foods, the packaged stuff. If you do that, you get enough protein, you get enough fiber, you're going to generally sustain to whether it's vegetarian or other types of diets.
Okay. That's good to know, certainly. From this study, do we know who may be more likely to have genes associated with making it easier to be a vegetarian?
So these were 3 genes that are variants on 3 genes that are not all that common, but they have to do with how we metabolize and utilize fats. So that's sort of the hypothesis that the authors came up with. Though we need more research, it is pretty interesting.
Yeah. So who would be more likely to have these genes then?
So you can get genetic testing to identify. It's not you don't really know unless you get that testing with this. But again, I think it's kind of a minor contributor in the grand scheme. There are other genes, that have a more powerful direct influence. These are kind of minor players. There may be more studies that show that they're actually major players, and you can get the testing to find out.
So like you said, more research needs to be done. But do you think that this information could impact how experts make personalized dietary recommendations in the future?
That's a great question. I think absolutely. I think we're getting closer to this personalized aspect of this to know, preference plays a role and so on too, but there are going to be certain genetic variants and certain aspects of our gut microbiome that might make diet A better for us than diet B. So it is encouraging. I hope to see more studies like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fascinating. It's crazy how the body works. With the more research that you think needs to be done, what specifically needs to be studied?
We just need to look at this in different types of populations. So this was done predominantly in a Caucasian population. How might this look among different races? How might it look in different parts of the world and so on? So there's a lot of factors. That's why you look in these genetic studies, you look for replication. So you look for are these same genes in other populations having the same types of effects? And I think we'll find that out in time.
Absolutely. All right, Dr. Chris D'Adamo, thank you so much again for weighing in.
My pleasure.
It is 7:47, and it's going to feel like fall ball. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart, it's about time we get to wear our Orioles sweatshirts and hoodies.
Well, and that tends to happen when we have October baseball, right, and playoffs, and it hasn't felt like October this week, but it will beginning tomorrow, just in time for the game. Low 70s out there this morning, a mild start, a cloudy start, and a humid start. These numbers are going to be slow to warm up today under the clouds, so not as much sunshine as yesterday. And of course, yesterday we had more clouds than the day previous, so we have been clouding up. That continues today. Not much rain, though. We don't have enough instability for those clouds to really produce much in the way of showers. The rain that we do have is out in extreme western Maryland, Deep Creek Lake, and points off to the west. Those are the areas getting the rain right now. Ahead of our next weather maker, what you don't even see on the map is the cooler air. Back west of Columbus, Ohio, that is going to be the much cooler air coming in. By the way, big game in Ohio this weekend for the undefeated Maryland Terrapins, right? So that's looking like a very cool game out in Ohio tomorrow for the Terps. Back here, though, it's 70s today. It's a mild Friday around here. We've got rain showers again draped with that front. In terms of timing, it is all about timing, right, for this game tomorrow. It looks like a few showers, maybe a thunder shower tonight as this front edges in. Tomorrow, the most likely time for rain comes in the early morning hours. By the time we get to about 1 o'clock, it looks as if most of these showers will have pushed off and over the Chesapeake and onto the eastern shore. So that's going to set the stage for maybe a damp stadium, but a high energy and dry weather event at least, and much cooler too as cooler, drier air rushes in behind that rain. We're not talking about a lot of rain either. Probably less than a quarter of an inch. So these are like light showers. This is not like a gully washer rain event early Saturday, but there will be some showers. Through the game, again, expecting temperatures to drop pretty sharply, down through the 50s on a cool northwest wind. So yes, Megan was right. You need that bird's hoodie or fleece, whatever you got, that's bright orange and warm. The temperatures tomorrow, again, struggling to get into the mid to upper 60s. That's seasonable for this time of year. But where you really see the drop is tomorrow night, down in the 40s, even 30s out in western Maryland. So the fall chill arriving in earnest with this next cold front, no question about that. Look at the trend. Tough to get out of the 50s on Sunday and tough to get out of the low 60s on Monday. Now, we do warm up. The trend does warm up here on the 7-day forecast as we work into the middle to late part of next week, back into the low 70s.
All right, thank you, Wyatt. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Still picking up a bit on the Beltway, but no major delays. All clear for now for your Friday commute.
And we're at Hereford High School getting ready for homecoming weekend. We're here live this morning. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
But first, we're putting some pep in our step this morning.
And a little caffeine always helps with that. Let's take a coffee break.
So Baltimore is heading back to class this Friday morning.
Mark Clark is getting into the school spirit live at Hereford High School. So Mark, what's going on there for Spirit Week?
I have senior Claire. This is it, Claire. Senior year. It's homecoming weekend. I can feel the energy. You excited?
Absolutely. I've been looking forward to this for a very, very long time.
I mean, it's kind of bittersweet, right? So last time around, but again, you want to win tonight and then homecoming celebration tomorrow, right?
Of course. And also the game today. It's seniors versus underclassmen. So I'm hoping today at the pep rally we pull through.
Well, let me ask you this. So as a teacher, I know this is an exciting time for not only kids, but for the teachers too, right? Ms. Bailey?
Yes, absolutely. We all working together to make this a joyous day, fun day, and exciting day for all students.
And when you think of homecoming, what comes to mind? Because Kenny, my camera guy, was just saying it doesn't feel like it's already that time of the season, but it really is, right?
Yes,
What happens
it is.
around this time of year?
Well, normally what we do, we have Spirit Week, and we have certain days where kids do certain activities and they dress certain ways. And then after the Spirit Week, we basically have the pep rally, which is going to be today.
Okay.
And the kids, they are so excited. We have all the teams, we have the dances, we have everybody involved, the singers, and it's going to be so much fun. And tonight we are going to have the game, so it should be a lot of fun. And tomorrow we are going to have the dance for the kids.
Okay, see, so great job, by the way. Great job, by the way. So again, we're excited here, guys. We're here this morning, checking in, showing the different aspects of this amazing school, but also what's going on for homecoming weekend. All right, so stick around.
And this is the fun. It's exciting, and the celebrations. This is what it's all about.
It's the best time of year. You really can't beat it.
We're going to put all the information, Mark, on our website for folks who want to learn more about some of the other school events happening this weekend. foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Up next, we are going to have more coverage of all the celebrations going on at Camden Yards. Meantime, this morning as the Birds gear up for the playoffs.
That's right. We're going to tell you how you can get your car customized today to show off your Orioles pride. It is 7:56. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I'm looking for the line of cars there getting stenciled. They're out there.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Birdland is buzzing with anticipation this morning as the O's gear up to take on the Rangers and start their playoff journey tomorrow.
Taking you live to Camden Yards where it's all happening, setting the stage for tomorrow's matchup. First pitch, 1:03 p.m. Let's go.
Yes. and the excitement has just been building all morning long. Of course, you can see us in our orange this morning, too. It is Friday, October 6th. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. We just listened to the Orioles Magic song, and I feel like
Getting us fired up for the 8 o'clock hour.
You need that.
You know, and the orange
can you feel it happen?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel it with the orange tie. The orange suit wasn't available. I feel like we saw that, what was it, Dumb and Dumber, the orange tuxedo, you know, but hey, nothing, you can't have too much orange today or this weekend. A few rain showers out there, no question about that, but most of it is well west of Baltimore. We've just seen a stray shower here and there in the city early today. Most of this rain is out Deep Creek Lake and points well west, and it's going to take a while for this to get in here, but that is our next weather maker. Cold front pushing in, bringing the showers primarily later this evening. For today, I think it's just cloudy and warm again, but if you're that warm weather fan, you really want to savor this Friday, because starting the rest of the weekend here, we are looking at much more October-like temperatures. We'll talk about how chilly it gets and how fast the rain clears out tomorrow for the game. All those details coming up.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network for you here this morning. We've got your drive times pulled up, and we are in the yellow. Not terrible. 95 to 83 is your longest commute there at 28 minutes.
The road to postseason baseball on Fox 45 is sponsored by Johns Hopkins Children's Center.
All right, Birdland, there had to be a time during all of those losing seasons where each of you wondered when the O's would get back to the postseason. And the 2023 team answered.
Finally, sports reporter Rocco DeSangro has more on the O's big matchup tomorrow at Camden Yards.
Welcome into your morning sports report. I'm Rocco DeSangro. This city has been waiting for years for the return of postseason baseball. And thanks to the success of the 2023 O's, it makes its return on Saturday when the O's play host to the Rangers. The two teams split the 6-game regular season series, with each winning 3. While Texas has the edge in earned runs allowed for starting pitchers, the O's relievers are top 5 in that category, while the Rangers, they're towards the bottom of the league. Both teams hit the cover off the ball, with the O's ranking 7th in runs per game, while Texas is number 3. You can measure just about every stat in Major League Baseball. I'm telling you what, even resiliency, the O's lead the MLB with 48 comeback wins. That's first, and they're hard to put away.
I'm very anxious to start. I mean, this is why you do this for 6 months, and to have this opportunity in front of, with this group, especially the special, great character group of guys, it's been a lot of fun managing this year, and hoping we can play for a while.
The O's kick off the postseason against the Rangers with Game 1 of the ALDS Saturday at 1 p.m. Game 2 is at Camden Yards. That's slated for Sunday with 4:07 first pitch. Then the two teams head to Texas for Game 3 on Tuesday at 8:03 p.m. And you can catch that action right here on Fox 45. Then you have those if-necessary games. 4 would be played in Texas. 5 would be back here at Camden Yards on Friday. And Fox 45 is your home for the 2023 World Series. The action starts on Friday, October 27th. You can watch every game right here on Fox 45. Listen, O's fans, if you're going to Camden Yards for games 1 or 2 or heading to Texas for games 3 or 4, please let us know. We'll be at all of them. That'll do it for Sports Unlimited. I'm Rocco DeSangro. Thanks for watching. Enjoy your day.
All right, Rocco, thank you. Baltimore has waited 7 years for the Birds to make it to the playoffs, so needless to say, fans are excited.
Yeah, and we are too. Taylor Stewart, live from Camden Yards this morning, talking to some of those fans who are going all out. Taylor, who do you have with you now?
I mean, look, a lot of fans say they're in this to win this. First time in 7 years. And we've got a father and son duo. Dad, how do you feel?
We're going all the way this year.
So can we check in with, I think, the one who really knows what's going on with the O's? No offense to you, Dad, but where are we going this year?
We're going to the World Series?
He said World Series. You guys just couldn't hear it. That was crazy. But you know what? Let me show you what's on the back of the car, because this is what should be on the back of your car. The O's, we are putting them on our back because literally, guys, we have a shot here. We're in the playoffs. And so this is getting ready to wrap up. This is the stenciling event. It ends at 10 o'clock this morning. So get here before work. But that's not where the action ends. Take a look at your screen. There's a full lineup of events today. So make sure you drop in. Kick off with the Orioles at noon. Baltimore City Hall. that's when the postseason rally kicks off. Think of it like a Birdland block party with more special appearances from the mayor, DJ, food trucks. I mean, guys, there's just so much going on. So meet us here or meet us at City Hall. Either way, meet us at the finish line because we're going all the way, guys. We're live right now at Camden Yards. Taylor Stewart, FOX45 Morning News.
Going all the way. Taylor, thank you so much. Well, prepare for heavy traffic with all that excitement downtown. From 6 this morning through 6 this evening, there are parking restrictions on the streets listed here on your screen. So just make sure to give yourself some extra time if you're traveling through downtown. Fans across the state have been showing us how they are cheering on the O's.
You got to check out this video from Veronica. This is her 1-year-old celebrating the night the Birds clinched the division. Check it out.
How you celebrate. Oh my gosh. He is so cute. And we just could not help but smile when we watch this. Veronica, thank you so much for sending it in.
I just can't get over how much he gets. He gets it. He understood what that meant.
Yeah.
Check out these photos. The left, we've got Lorena, who sent in the photo from her family reunion. I think they're O's fans, all of them.
Maybe. I don't know.
Very nice.
On the right there, Linda sent us this photo of baby June at her first O's game ever. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. And she looks like she's going to be a lifelong fan, for sure.
All she knows is that the Orioles are great, that they go to playoffs, right?
Yeah.
That's amazing. We want to see how you're cheering on the O's in the first game of the ALDS. You can scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload all of your pictures and videos. And this is all powered by Stackla.
All right, besides the O's game tomorrow, there are many events happening in Baltimore City this weekend.
Let's go ahead and check it out. The Fells Point Fun Festival, it kicks off today and it goes through Sunday. You can taste great food, cold drinks, there's music, local shopping from local vendors as well. Admission is free unless you want to get that drink ticket.
And then tomorrow night at 7, Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks will hit the stage at M&T Bank Stadium. Shared stadium parking lots will open at 5:30 for concert goers with pre-purchased stadium lot permits. Gates to the stadium will also open up at 5:30. So needless to say, traffic in the city may be a bit of an issue this weekend.
I know some people going to the O's game and then crossing the parking lot to go to M&T to watch Billy Joel.
But hey, you can do that this weekend.
It's going to be fun. As a result, best advice, MTA adding some extra bus routes for you. On Saturday, the MTA plans to have express shuttle buses from Glen Burnie, Cromwell, and Timonium Fairgrounds Light Rail Station from 8 a.m., and that's going to go till midnight. For ALDS Game 1, buses will be at the Camden Station curb.
And then after Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks, the light rail will run 1 hour after the concert ends, and buses will be staged in Lot C. If you do want more information on all of this, you can head to the m.mta website.
Adnan Syed appears in front of the Maryland Supreme Court. We're going to hear from both sides in the argument over victims' rights, as the decision could set a major precedent.
If you don't already have an Easy Pass, you're going to want to carry more cash in your car. Why Marylanders could see a toll increase in the coming months.
And I'm Wyatt Everhart, tracking our next weather maker. Cold front pushing in out of the Midwest. We'll talk about how that impacts not just the O's, but hey, why not the Ravens and the Maryland Terrapins too? They're all in action this weekend. Details coming up on Fox 45 Morning News.
If you are heading to Camden Yards tomorrow, we are hoping for a beautiful day. At least it's going to feel like fall ball.
It is. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart joins us with what we can expect, and it seems like it's going to be a bit kind of up and down, rain and cooler weather, but hopefully good for the game, right?
Yeah, I think it's a consequence of playing in October. You're probably going to have the chill. No one's
That's
complaining.
a good thing. We get to wear the sweatshirts finally. I've had in my closet for years.
Oh my gosh,
Sweater weather.
And we can play October every year. Bring the chill, bring the baseball. We love this. So anyway, the bottom line is I think we will see some rain tonight and certainly into the early day tomorrow, but I think we're looking better for the game. By the way, we've got the undefeated Maryland Terrapins out in Columbus, Ohio tomorrow. It's going to be chilly but dry there, and by the time the Ravens get up into Pittsburgh on Sunday to play there, we're going to be dry and cool as well. So all sports venues look pretty good this weekend for Maryland teams, with the one exception of tonight and early tomorrow. People going down to tailgate early for the game. You need the rain slicker, right? The orange slickers. But it looks like this rain action pushes out over the Chesapeake just in time for the first pitch. So really good timing with that as we dry out for the start of the game. Probably a little damp at the stadium, maybe some damp seats that need dried off, but we're just basically looking at a dry and cool and October-like game. But hey, when you're playing in October, it should feel like October, right? We'll talk more about the extended forecast, just how chilly it gets by Sunday night. That's coming up.
All right. Well, do you need a COVID vaccine but don't have insurance? Where you can go today and receive your shot for free.
A new report sheds light on payroll information from Amtrak, how it could impact Penn Station right here in Baltimore. It's 8:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. An Open the Books investigation uncovers payroll information for Amtrak. This morning, founder of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski, joining us live with his findings and really what this means for Penn Station here in Baltimore. Adam, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Megan.
I know you had to do some digging. How did you get this information?
So we filed a Freedom of Information Act request with Amtrak. They've got about 19,000 employees, and they actually produced only 10 of their salaries, and these were for their highly compensated executives. So, Megan, today we know that their CEO of Amtrak last year made nearly $800,000. The top lawyer made about $740,000, and their chief financial officer made about $700,000. Now, Amtrak says that about half of that was at risk, meaning it was pay for performance. But we have real questions about that this morning. Amtrak has 22 train lines, and only one of them was profitable last year.
Wow. Adam, how does this compare to other areas? Is that on par, or is this a lot higher than normal?
So Amtrak's been around since 1971.
Yeah.
They've lost money every single year. So taxpayers have a big stake, about $1 billion a year, in subsidizing Amtrak. Now, you had one of the train lines, the only one that was profitable, was that Northeast Corridor train line. So it made about $10 million of quote-unquote profit last year. But it did so many miles, the profit margin is very slim. It's a cent per mile that the train travels. You have the Acela line in the Northeast area. That was the train that used to be very profitable. It used to make about $98 per passenger. It lost $2 per passenger last year. But all this pales in comparison to the train line from New Orleans to Los Angeles. Megan, that one lost $600 per passenger last year.
So it's the math isn't adding up here, Adam. They're losing money. We're seeing a lot of money being put out by taxpayers. You know, what made you dig into this? Did you know that this is what you were going to uncover?
We didn't know that going in, but we got into it because there's about a $7 billion annual taxpayer subsidy of Amtrak. So we all have a big stake in the ongoing concern of Amtrak.
Adam, we appreciate your findings. Thank you for what you've uncovered. We'll see if anything comes as a result.
Sounds good.
It's 8:17 here on this Friday morning. We want to bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. He's got a look at our O's forecast here at the talk of the town. You got Camden Yards behind you, looking a little overcast right there.
Yeah.
We are just over 24 hours away from first pitch. What's it looking like?
So far, so good in terms of the modeling for when the rain showers that come in tonight exit the area. So overall, I think we're going to get a dry game in, but it's going to be wet right up to that first pitch. Baltimore City 73 right now, 71 in Annapolis. Westminster, you are at 70. Another unseasonably warm day on tap, but not as warm as it's been. I don't foresee too much in the way of 80 or certainly temperatures well over 80 today as we've had this week because too much cloud cover. We're going to stay socked in for the most part today with the cloud cover. Some breaks of sunshine will be possible this afternoon. Not much in the way of rain from those clouds at all this morning. You have to get out into western Maryland toward Deep Creek Lake to find any real showers for the state. These are all well ahead prefrontal rain showers. The main front itself still draped from Pittsburgh back through Ohio, and that is where we find our cooler air that will punch in and really talk about delivering a punch. We'll feel that as we go into tomorrow night and on Sunday. Today, though, if you're a mild weather fan, we've got more for you. Mostly cloudy most of the day. Again, maybe a couple of breaks of sunshine. Could also see a few more stray showers this afternoon as well, but not a lot of rain. By the way, this looks pretty significant, right? The rain you see here on the boundary. But this rain will not be as significant by the time it gets into Baltimore because a lot of that moisture is going to dissipate. So a hit or miss shower or thunder shower possible overnight tonight. Working toward game time tomorrow. Modeling shows just about all that shower activity gone and over the Chesapeake and the Eastern Shore by the time we get to the first pitch. So wet in Baltimore for the tailgating tomorrow morning. Yes, showers, but not a heavy soaking rain. And it looks like it does clear out in time for that first pitch. After that, it's dry and sunny for Sunday, but also in the wake of about maybe a tenth to a quarter of an inch of rain, we're talking about not just drier weather, but much cooler weather. Look at the temp trends here as we work into Saturday afternoon. This is more October kind of seasonable weather. But then as we go into tomorrow night, and it gets chillier than average by Sunday morning, down in the 40s, western Maryland, down in the 30s. So you are definitely going to feel that impact from the cooler air behind this boundary. 7-day forecast shows the chill holds Sunday night into Monday, but we do see milder weather return toward the middle part of next week.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We've got a crash we're following. This is the inner loop of the Beltway. It's causing some slowdowns by Ruxton. The crash is at exit 23, and the vehicle has been moved to the shoulder, but still causing some delays out there. Give yourself extra time if you're headed in that direction. Try to avoid it maybe if you can. Well, it is a love story, and it is making a lot of people mad. How the NFL is responding to backlash surrounding their coverage of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Did you know they might be dating?
Hereford High School getting ready for homecoming. The pep rallies at noon. A lot of activity going down. We'll talk about that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
The marching band is tuning their instruments, the cheerleaders practicing their routines, and the countdown is on to tonight's football game under the Friday night lights. We've got Mark Clark joining us live from Hereford High School. Go Bulls! Mark, what's going on?
Meg, I got two seniors here. They are ready. Mackenzie's ready for tonight. Are we ready for tonight? I can feel it. Her bow is, you can tell, she's ready for the night.
Of course we are ready. We are so excited for Pep Rally. The atmosphere is amazing, having our school cheer us on and watch our competition routine instead of seeing us just on the sidelines.
I love it. And so Brady, it's a big night.
Yup.
Big guy.
Yeah,
So
big
what's the prediction? Give us the score prediction
big night
tonight.
For the Hereford football team. We start off 4-1. Coaches have put us in the great position to win. We've had a great week of practice, and we're just excited to leave it all on the field and go 1-0 this week. We're going to get a win tonight.
They sent us two of their finest guys, seniors. So how's it feel? You guys are seniors. This is it.
This is it.
What do you feel? What are you feeling?
I'm really excited, but also really sad that this will be my last time performing pep rally in this gym. But I know it'll be so much fun, and I'll remember it forever.
Are you sentimental, man? I was a sentimental guy.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't let this big hunk fool you. He's sentimental.
Yeah, definitely a really bittersweet moment. I'm excited for the future and excited to start my life. But obviously, I'm going to miss, miss my home, miss a lot of my friends and the relationships I made at Hereford.
See? Megan, you don't know about that. Megan, you remember these days? You remember?
I remember, and it's such an exciting point in their lives. And Friday Night Lights, it's just, it's a fun time. All right, Mark, thank you. Go Bulls. Good luck to them. For more information, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslink. It's going to be fun. Sunny and dry for their game tonight, but we've got a cold front moving in. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is going to let us know how it's going to impact the big O's game tomorrow.
Rain or shine, it's time to stand up for the O's. We'll tell you about the Camden Yard events and others happening in the city ahead of the playoffs. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, October 6th. We've got the O's bird getting ready here. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Shannon Lilly.
He's jumping.
Yes. And we have been jumping for joy all morning long. It's just been so exciting. We need to get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart for a look at the forecast. And you got your orange on too, Wyatt. We're all ready to go.
We got to rock the orange this morning, right? You think of Purple Friday, it's Orange Friday. In October, you have to love that. And look, I think we're setting up pretty well for the weekend here. It's going to feel like October baseball by the time we throw the first pitch, though. But right now, pretty nice start on this Friday to finish out your week. Just a stray shower, mainly north of Baltimore. Baltimore and out in western Maryland as well. We do have some rain out toward Deep Creek Lake. If your travels take you that way early on this weekend, you may find showers sooner than the rest of us here around Baltimore. Look, this is a pretty significant boundary coming in. This is going to really drop temperatures and bring that chance for showers. A stray shower possible this afternoon, but the best chance for rain comes overnight into the early part of your Saturday. We'll break down the exact timing of when the rain blows out of here and just how chilly it gets behind that front. It's coming up.
All right, now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. There are no major incidents or delays in our region right now. We are right now taking a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard, and you can see their cars are moving right along despite some slick roads.
Nobody gave us a chance at the start of this year. Nobody. Those were the words of O skipper Brandon Hyde following the organization's first AL East title since 2014. And there are many in the baseball world that still don't believe in the Birds and O's magic.
Well, they're about to be proved wrong.
Yep.
Maybe it's because the O's had a few days off for the lack of postseason experience, but Brandon Hyde believes this group is built for October baseball regardless.
Something to be said with postseason experience. There's something to be said to continuing to play. But we'll see how our guys react. I think it's going to be great. I think they're ready for it. Like I said, I think that a lot of these guys have played in big games, and they're maybe not at this stage, but playing in the College World Series, playing in those type of games, those things all add up.
Brought us to this moment. Game 1 of the ALDS will take place at Camden Yards tomorrow. First pitch, 1:03 p.m.
In the meantime, Birdland is buzzing with excitement and showing their O's pride.
We have Taylor Stewart joining us live this morning from Camden Yards. It has been so exciting. Taylor, I feel like you're having just as much fun as all the people there getting their stencils done.
It's just been a fun morning, you guys. We're talking about the playoff, Game 1, series opener, and the fans are coming out this morning to show their support and their love. Right now, the stencil event is still going here at Camden Yards. The line's been growing. It's gotten short, it's gotten long, but look, we're winding down here. At 10 o'clock, the stenciling wraps up. You don't want to look down I-83 and see all these Birds fans with their O's gear on and not have yours. So get down here. We are at Orioles Park, Camden Yards at home plate. But that's not it, guys. The action continues later today. City Hall is going to have what's going to feel like an Orioles block party. We're talking about a DJ. We've got games. And look, we're already getting the spirit pumped up. Okay, maybe not for the camera. But I'll tell you what, I'll jump in and start the spirit too. But we'll send it back to you guys for now because I'm not going to embarrass myself out here. Back to you guys in the studio.
Taylor, thank you so much. Hey, prepare for some heavy traffic downtown, though. From 6 this morning through 6 this evening, there are parking restrictions on the streets listed here on your screen. So just make sure you give yourself some extra time if you are traveling through the downtown area.
And remember, Fox 45 is your home for the 2023 World Series. The action starts Friday, October 27th. You can watch every game right here on Fox 45. And we want to see how you're getting ready for Orioles playoff baseball. You can share your favorite photos and videos to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in or on the WBFF app. You can also scan the QR code on your screen.
Turning now to football, we are just one day closer to kicking off week 6 of college football around the nation. That means we are gearing up for another sports-filled weekend. You can watch right here on Fox 45. At 10 a.m. on Saturday, you can catch Big Noon Kickoff. Then the Terrapins head to Ohio State to take on the Buckeyes. That's at noon. UCF Knights and Kansas follow with their kickoff at 4 p.m.
And then stick around on Fox 45 for Fox NFL Kickoff on Sunday. That starts at 11 a.m. and at 4 p.m. You can watch the Cincinnati Bengals and Arizona Cardinals go head-to-head for the first time in 4 years.
Now, whether it's college or pro, we want to see how you are cheering on your favorite team this season. Just scan the QR code there on your screen. It's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, and there you can upload your pictures and videos. This is all powered by Stackla. Making headlines with COVID infections on the rise across the country, the Baltimore City Health Department will be offering free COVID vaccines to those who do not have insurance or whose insurance will not cover the cost. Starting this morning, residents can receive vaccines during walk-in hours at the Baltimore City Health Department's immunization clinic. That's from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Health officials say the new vaccine is the only one developed to protect patients from the current strain. You can find more information on how to register on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Also happening today at 11:15 in the City Hall Rotunda, Mayor Scott and other city officials are planning to announce the National Minority Supplier Development Council. The 4-day conference aims to showcase Baltimore's commitment to economic diversity and inclusion and will offer resources and networking opportunities for local small minority business owners.
Now to a traffic alert for you this morning. The price you pay on toll roads is about to go up since the state says its hope is to fund new infrastructure projects.
This comes as we get a slight decrease in gas prices statewide. Right now, it costs less than $3.48 a gallon in Maryland, and that is 7 cents less than a week ago and 10 cents lower than a month ago. Nationally, the cost per gallon is $3.78.
New details this morning on car thefts in Baltimore City. Has progress been made? And we're off to a cloudy start this Friday morning. Temps will be in the 70s with a slight chance of rain. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart has a look at your full forecast. That's after the break. 8:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Breaking news this morning, U.S. employers added 336,000 jobs in September, blowing away the original forecast of 170,000. The unemployment rate is at 3.8%, same as August. This is a sign of economic resilience.
Weather-wise, tracking our next weather maker out there, and that is going to be a front marching in off from the west, bringing the chance for some showers, but primarily tonight into early Saturday. And we're still very optimistic that these showers pull out really just in time for that Orioles first pitch. So maybe a little damp at Camden Yards, and certainly if you're tailgating early Saturday, bring the orange rain slicker. But as we go through the day, things are clearing out and cooling down from the 60s down into the 50s. We'll talk about how far down into the 40s we go by Sunday. That's coming up.
Thanks, Wyatt. Continuing coverage this morning, the Maryland Supreme Court is deciding whether or not to reinstate Adnan Syed's murder conviction and send him back to prison or throw the conviction out completely. Syed served more than 20 years in prison for the killing of Hae-Min Lee. The Baltimore City judge threw out his conviction a year ago. Hae-Min Lee's brother, Young Lee, was not able to attend that hearing in person. That fact is at the center of today's hearing, or yesterday's hearing, rather. Lee says his rights were violated, claiming he wasn't given sufficient notice of the hearing. A Maryland appeals court ordered a new hearing and reinstated Syed's conviction in March, while Lee's attorneys urged the Supreme Court to recognize the rights of victims to participate. Syed's attorneys argue the point is moot because the charges against him were dropped before the hearing. They also say Lee's rights were not violated because he attended virtually.
This appeal is about whether Mr. Lee's rights were satisfied by his remote attendance at the vacatur hearing and whether the state had the power to decide it no longer wished to prosecute a case it did not believe in.
Mr. Lee was not given adequate notice, was not given the right to attend the criminal justice proceeding, and was not given a meaningful right to be heard. That's all we're asking for.
The justices will issue an opinion later. They are reconvening November 3rd at 10 a.m. Fox 45 News will continue to follow the Adnan Syed case. You can find all of our previous reporting online. That's at foxbaltimore.com. 'Tis the season. Still ahead, how much money Americans will spend on gifts during the holidays. And of course, our big story this morning is the O's, but we cannot forget about the other bad birds of Baltimore. See who Patrice Sanders picks for this week's pigskin predictions ahead. It's 8:41. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
So I have 2 wins and 2 losses so far for this season. I'm looking to seal another win for this week. But my challenge is a football fan, too, so I might have my work cut out for me. Baltimore County Executive Johnny O is my challenger for this week's Pigskin Predictions. Feeling good about today?
Feeling good. I'm going to make it hard for you at least, right?
All right, well, let's do this. Baltimore Ravens at Pittsburgh Steelers. This is going to be a good game.
It's going to be a great game. Steelers always play us tough. Can't go against the home team. Got to go Baltimore Ravens, but I think we win by a field goal. Justin Tucker at the end of regulation.
I think it's going to be a tough game. I mean, the Steelers lost bad last week, and their coach was on a rampage. So, yeah, they've got something to prove, and we're in Steelers territory. But we had a great game, so I'm going with the Ravens, of course. All right, Cincinnati Bengals at Arizona Cardinals.
Talk about a rough game. The Bengals got embarrassed last time, so they have something to prove. I think the Cardinals will eventually turn it around, but I think Cincinnati bounces back this week, and they win it at Arizona.
You know what? I think so, too, because I think they're frustrated that they are so bad when on paper they should be a lot better.
A lot better.
And even though they're in Arizona, I'm going to go with the Bengals, too, on this one. All right, Dallas Cowboys at San Francisco 49ers. This is probably the game of the week, right?
2 good teams. Looking forward to watching this one. Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, they're just too good, though. Dallas is a great team. Their defense is stout, but I think at home, San Francisco takes this one.
Oh, I'm with you on this. All of what he said. Yes, I mean, they're undefeated. I think they're going to stay that way, especially at home.
All right.
So I'm going with them, with the 49ers as well. All right, Houston Texans at Atlanta Falcons. Here's maybe where we can differ, because I can make an argument.
Either way.
Okay. It won't be a strong argument, but I can make an argument.
I've been a big fan of the young quarterbacks this year. So in this game, I think C.J. Stroud of the Houston Texans is making great strides.
He's done well,
right? He's still learning. He's not there all the way, but I think he gets it done. Again, away game, so tough on him. Not a favorable crowd, but I'm going to go with Houston Texans.
All right, I can see why you're doing that. Atlanta Falcons, they're up, they're down, but you know what? Because they're at home, I'm going to go with the Falcons just for that reason.
Okay,
yeah, I'm going to go with them for that. All right, Tennessee Titans at Indianapolis Colts. Tennessee had a big win last week.
Oh, man, Tennessee really put a hurting on the Bengals last week.
Did.
And you would think they're going to go into Indy and pull another win out, but I'm going to stick on the theme of the young quarterbacks with Richardson.
Really?
He lost last week, but he showed signs of greatness, so I think at home with a favorable crowd, I'm going to go the reverse of what I did with Houston. I'll go with the Colts this week.
All right. Well, I think because Tennessee had such a big win, they're going to have some momentum off of that. And Indianapolis, they have the rookie quarterback. They've got the rookie coach, too. I'm going to go with the veteran coach, and I'm going to stick with...
No letdown from
I'm going to stick with Tennessee. Right. So, all right, we'll see. Share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Go to my Facebook page and leave me a post. We got to make some wagers on these, man.
Yeah.
Like food. We need food on the line.
What do you want to put up?
I don't know. I'm always just hungry.
I'll bring in breakfast. We'll do like a breakfast sandwich one day.
That one. There we go.
Well, next time we'll come in studio.
We'll do.
All right, cool.
All right, it is 8:48 now, and we need to get a check on the forecast. Let's get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart for all the weekend activities. What's our weather going to be like, Wyatt?
Just the fall change is really the biggest theme I can tell you. As we take a look at Camden Yards, under the clouds this morning and a warm setup currently, but this will be much chillier by the time we get into certainly mid-game tomorrow, and certainly the Ravens will be playing in some very chilly conditions up in Pittsburgh on Sunday. Right now, 70 degrees at BWI. Wind is calm. Visibility just a little bit low with that low cloud deck. 69 now in Towson. We've got 65 up in Bel Air, where we did have a couple of very light showers earlier this morning. Those have now dissipated. You can see hyperlocal HD radar showing us really nothing other than maybe one isolated shower right there around Towson. And then further to the west, we do find some rain out here. So Deep Creek Lake into Oakland, some showers for travelers. If you're headed out to the Maryland mountains, you'll find some slightly wet conditions there. Back here in Baltimore today, cloudy into the mid and upper 70s. That'll be the story. An overall good end of the week here weather-wise. I don't anticipate much other than a stray shower this afternoon. But our main weather maker, this frontal boundary and the moisture out ahead of it, that arrives in earnest late tonight. Late tonight into early Saturday, that's our best chance for some rain. So tracking it here on Future Scan, you could see maybe a few breaks in the clouds, maybe a few sunny peaks this afternoon, a stray shower or storm possible this evening. This is 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. This looks to be the heart of the precipitation. But here is the good news, though this will douse maybe some early tailgaters for the Orioles game tomorrow. We anticipate nearly all this precipitation to be pushing east over the Chesapeake and the Eastern Shore just about toward 1 o'clock tomorrow. So that would be a great timing for us, obviously, to get a dry start to the game at least. They'll probably uncover the field at the last minute. I would suggest that, too. Cool and dry behind that rain. And not a ton of rain. You say, well, geez, is this really going to water my lawn? Not so much. Maybe a quarter or inch or so. A couple downpours. Maybe some spots could get up to half an inch. Doesn't look particularly heavy. Temperatures are really going to be the biggest story because we go from the 70s today to the 60s and then down in the 40s. Getting chilly around here Saturday night into Sunday morning. So dress warm as you head out the door. Sunday morning, the extended forecast here. Chilly into Monday, but we do warm it up toward the latter part of next week.
All right, fall is back. Wyatt, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. That incident in Lutherville has been moved over to the shoulder here. This is on the inner loop at Providence Road. Our cameras are showing cars on the inner loop getting by there, but cars on the outer loop are slowly moving. So just keep that in mind if you're heading out this morning. Maybe leave a little bit early. Trending right now, the NFL is defending its coverage of the relationship between Kansas City Chiefs star Travis Kelce and pop star Taylor Swift. After receiving some backlash from some fans and even Kelce himself, the league is calling it a pop cultural moment. Swift has been shown frequently during the Chiefs' most recent 2 games, if you haven't noticed. The NFL even new images here from the James Webb Telescope show planet-like objects in the Orion Nebula. They're being called Jupiter Mass Binary Objects, or JUMBOs for short. They were found all on wide orbits around one another. Some astronomers think they could be as young as 1 million years old, which sounds old, but when we're talking about space, that's young. And some of these objects are even bigger than Jupiter. Well, don't fret up, because the Greek Festival will be back in Baltimore City. In our 9 o'clock hour, we'll be joined by some special guests to show us some Greek dances. And first, how about something strong to pump us up for all of that Greek dancing? I think I'm in need of some Greek coffee. Let's take a coffee break. Now it's time to check on your morning business report. A recent U.S. retirement survey found that many seniors are cashing in on their Social Security. This comes out of growing fear that the government nest egg is running out of funds. Benefits could be cut by as much as 20% by 2034 if Congress doesn't adjust Social Security. Meanwhile, more than 145,000 rolling candies by Cocoa Candy and KGR Distribution are being pulled after a report of a 7-year-old girl choking on the product and dying. Separately, Candy Dynamics is recalling more than 70 million similar products for toxic waste or mega toxic waste. Consumers are urged to stop using both products immediately and contact the companies for a full refund. Plus, forecasters say online holiday sales look promising. Analysts estimate total online sales from November through December 31st could reach $221.8 billion. Toys, electronics, and apparel will see the biggest discounts. Cyber Monday sales are predicted to surpass Black Friday and Thanksgiving sales. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
It is so unfortunate that 1 in 3 women will be assaulted in their lifetime, and that is a very scary statistic. And that's why I love Bling Sting, because you can feel safe and look fashionable all at the same time. And I insist that both my daughters carry this pepper spray because it's maximum strength and it has a 12-foot direct range. It also has a UV marking device that stains the target for up to 48 hours, which is really helpful for police to identify the attacker. That is really, really unique. And all it takes is one quick spray in the assailant's face to make them stop. It's also portable and it's easy to conceal, which I just did if you don't want anybody to see it. And they come in all these bright colors. They got camo too, so many patterns that you can pick your style and you can clip it anywhere. Like you can clip it to your backpack, you can belt loop, purse, wherever. And you know, this product gives me peace of mind knowing I'm protecting my daughters and myself. And right now, this is really, really great. We are offering 25% off the Bling Sting pepper spray. So head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer. They're gonna go fast, so you wanna get this right away.
This morning, we are counting down to Game 1 of the ALDS. How Birdland is already celebrating the O's upcoming playoff berth.
And the O's aren't the only thing happening this weekend. We will let you know where you can go for some good food, drinks, live music. But first, Wyatt, how is the weather looking for all this weekend fun?
Well, starting off this Friday with some warm temperatures under the clouds out there. A few showers today, a better chance for rain tonight. We'll detail how that could impact the game and beyond straight ahead on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We want to take you live to Camden Yards, talk of the town, because fans are already gathering. Excitement is building for the postseason here tomorrow. And in just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us live with all the celebrations.
Yeah, we are counting down all morning long to the O's matchup with the Rangers in the first game of the ALDS. And we appreciate you joining us on this Friday morning. It's October 6th, and I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Megan Gilland. We want to bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. I mean, look how proud the O-Bird is right there. That's how everyone in Baltimore is feeling today wearing their orange.
I know, it's fantastic. You feel the energy in the air, the excitement. And it's been, obviously, we're going back to 2016 where we were talking about potentially cool weather for a baseball game in Baltimore. And that's what we're going to have. October temperatures come in tomorrow. Not today, though. Look at this. We're at 73 in the city now, already in the 70s in Annapolis as well as Westminster. These numbers set to rise today under a cloudy sky for the most part. Most of the rain stays mostly west of us today. A few showers possible. The main rain, which you see on the satellite radar pictures there to the west out toward Pittsburgh, the main rain rolling in tonight into early Saturday morning. So for today, generally cloudy, no real weather troubles today. We'll talk about how fast the rain clears tomorrow, impacts for the game, and also look at the big chill that arrives by Sunday coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Now to the Lens Solar Traffic Network. That incident in Lutherville has been moved over to the shoulder there. This is on the inner loop of Providence Road. Our cameras are showing cars on the inner loop getting by, we were seeing, but you can see there on the outer loop, it's slow go a little bit.
The road to postseason baseball on Fox 45 is sponsored by Johns Hopkins Children's Center.
Birdland, there had to be a time during all of those losing seasons where each of you wondered when the O's would get back to the postseason, and the 2023 team answered.
It's now. Sports reporter Rocco DeSangro has more on the O's big matchup happening tomorrow at Camden Yards.
Welcome into your morning sports report. I'm Rocco DeSangro. This city has been waiting for years for the return of postseason baseball. And thanks to the success of the 2023 O's, it makes its return on Saturday when the O's play host to the Rangers. The two teams split the 6-game regular season series with each winning 3. While Texas has the edge in earned runs allowed for starting pitchers, the O's relievers are top 5 in that category, while the Rangers, they're towards the bottom of the league. Both teams hit the cover off the ball, with the O's ranking 7th in runs per game, while Texas is number 3. You can measure just about every stat in Major League Baseball. I'm telling you what, even resiliency, the O's lead the MLB with 48 comeback wins. That's first, and they're hard to put away.
I'm very anxious to start. I mean, this is why you do this for 6 months, and to have this opportunity in front of, with this group, especially the special, great character group of guys. It's been a lot of fun managing this year and hoping to play for a while.
The O's kick off the postseason against the Rangers with Game 1 of the ALDS Saturday at 1 p.m. Game 2 is at Camden Yards. That's slated for Sunday with 4:07 first pitch. Then the two teams head to Texas for Game 3 on Tuesday at 8:03 p.m. And you can catch that action right here on Fox 45. Then you have those if necessary games. 4 would be played in Texas. 5 would be back here at Camden Yards on Friday. And Fox 45 is your home for the 2023 World Series. The action starts on Friday, October 27th. You can watch every game right here on Fox 45. Listen, O's fans, if you're going to Camden Yards for games 1 or 2 or heading to Texas for games 3 or 4, please let us know. We'll be at all of them. That'll do it for Sports Unlimited. I'm Rocco DeSangro. Thanks for watching. Enjoy your day.
All right, Rocco, thank you. We know Baltimore has waited 7 years, my daughter's entire life, for the Birds to make it back to the playoffs. So needless to say, fans are a little excited.
Yeah, that puts it into perspective there. Yep. Taylor Stewart joins us live from Camden Yards this morning. We have seen all the action this morning. Taylor, what's going on now?
I mean, look, we've got fans of all ages, breeds. I mean, and O's fans, they really do come in strong for the Birds, and that's exactly what we want to do. Let's move away from the music a little bit, because it's really quite the fanfare event here at Camden Yards. We've got cars lining up to get that stencil on their car to make sure they're showing their O's pride as they're in traffic. And the real deal here is, though, guys, you got about an hour left, less than that. They wrap up here at 10 a.m., but the day, all of it consists of O's magic. We've got the postseason rally, at City Hall starting at noon. It's going to be like a block party. Think about DJ, food trucks, games, appearances from Mr. Splash. And then if you can't make it there during your lunch break, come over to the War Memorial Plaza for another event to start showing the O's we're ready for the playoffs, okay? We're going to stay out here, rain or shine, bad hair day or not, because that rain definitely did come through over here. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio. For now, I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
That is an O's fan right there, the littlest of us. We just cannot help but smile when we watch this. Veronica, thank you so much for sending it in.
And Veronica, you know, kids tend to emulate their parents, so he's probably getting it from you.
We know what's going on,
yes. Well, besides the O's game tomorrow, there are so many events happening in Baltimore City this weekend.
Yeah, let's take a look. The Fells Point Fun Festival kicks off today and goes until Sunday. You can enjoy music. We're talking tasty food, cold drinks, shopping from local vendors. Admission is free unless you want to pay for a drink ticket.
And then tomorrow night at 7, Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks, they're going to hit the stage at M&T Bank Stadium. We've been talking about a lot of folks going from the O's game over to see Billy Joel all in one night. Parking lots are going to be open at 5:30 for the concert goers with the pre-purchased stadium lot permits. Gates to the stadium will also open at 5:30. Needless to say, traffic in the city could be an issue this weekend. Keep that in mind.
Jam-packed.
Well, we have continuing coverage for you now. An escaped inmate still on the run in Baltimore, 20-year-old Christian Green. There's his picture right there. He was first reported missing Wednesday night. Police say he asked to use the restroom as officers were preparing to bring him to central booking for processing. During that bathroom break, Green was able to remove his handcuffs, overpower an officer, and escape. Green was originally arrested for allegedly stealing an ATM. Anyone with information on his whereabouts should contact Baltimore police.
Morgan State University has canceled homecoming activities after 5 people were shot Tuesday on the campus, a first for the university.
Right now, the Baltimore Police Department is asking for your help to find these persons of interest. Take a good look. This video was taken near the shooting site and appears to show 4 people moving around campus.
Police still have not made any arrests. Anyone with information is asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number is here on the bottom of your screen.
This appeal is about whether Mr. Lee's rights were satisfied by his remote attendance at the vacatur hearing and whether the state had the power to decide it no longer wished to prosecute a case it did not believe in.
Mr. Lee was not given adequate notice, was not given the right to attend the criminal justice proceeding, and was not giving a meaningful right to be heard. That's all we're asking for.
The justices will issue an opinion later, and they are reconvening November 3rd at 10 a.m.
And that's for the Maryland Supreme Court's decision here, deciding whether or not to reinstate Adnan Syed's murder conviction and send him back to prison or throw the conviction out completely.
Syed served more than 20 years in prison for the killing of Haymon Lee. A Baltimore City judge threw out his conviction a year ago. Lee's brother, young Lee, was not able to attend that hearing in person. That fact is at the center of yesterday's hearing. Lee says that his rights were violated, claiming that he was not given sufficient notice of the hearing. A Maryland appeals court ordered a new hearing and reinstated Syed's conviction in March, while Lee's attorneys urged the Supreme Court to recognize the rights of victims to participate. Syed's attorneys argue the point is moot because the charges against him were dropped before the hearing. They also say Lee's rights were not violated because he attended virtually.
2 top public safety positions in Baltimore are finally filled. Yesterday, Mayor Scott swore into office Fire Chief James Wallace and Police Commissioner Richard Worley, both men saying they're ready to bring more stability to their departments.
Let's give our new fire chief a big round of applause.
I will continue to work tirelessly to build upon our department's capabilities and to further ensure the safety and well-being of our community.
Commissioner of the Baltimore City Police Department.
Commissioner of the Baltimore City Police Department.
According to the Constitution of Maryland.
According to the Constitution of Maryland.
And the laws of Baltimore City.
And the laws of Baltimore City.
Let's give our police commissioner congratulations.
Thank Mayor Scott for even nominating me and sticking with me. We've had a rough couple months. So I want to thank him for sticking with me.
Worley's swearing in comes as he faces questions about the department's handling of 2 recent high-profile crimes. Just last week, a 26-year-old tech CEO was murdered in Mount Vernon. The suspect was under the radar of police for a rape and assault that happened just days before, but the department did not inform the public. Right now, the police department is also facing criticism for not doing enough ahead of the July mass shooting in Brooklyn Homes.
Baltimore County Police say a parent visiting Pine Grove Middle School was removed from the school. According to police, the parent got into a verbal argument with a student before snatching the student's phone and being escorted away from the school. None of the students were injured, and police say that charges are pending. Breaking overnight, NFL Hall of Famer Dick Butkus has died. The Chicago Bears says Butkus passed away peacefully in his sleep Thursday at his home in Malibu, California. He is widely regarded as one of the greatest linebackers the sport has ever seen. He's known for his crushing tackles. During his 9-year career with the Bears, Butkus was a first-team All-Pro selection 5 times and an 8-time Pro Bowl honoree. He was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1979. Butkus was 80 years old.
Topping your health watch this morning as we head into the cold season, the Baltimore City Health Department will provide new COVID-19 vaccines at no cost to city residents. Starting next week, anyone living in the Baltimore city limits can register for the vaccination program. Vaccines will also be available for those without health insurance. You can visit our website at foxbaltimore.com to learn more.
All right, 9:10, time to get a check of our Friday forecast, our Orange Friday forecast.
Yes, we need to get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhard. He's also in his orange, and it's going to be maybe a fall-like weekend, right?
I think that's the key, right? We're going to be playing October baseball, and it's going to feel like October because front knocking on the door, set to arrive into Maryland tonight into early on our Saturday. So let's just show it to you. The Orioles forecast, first pitch 65. Still could be some showers, but they'll be clearing the area rapidly past 1 o'clock. And then it's just cool and breezy. So you want to keep that orange fleece or warm layer as you go down to the ballpark tomorrow. We'll talk more about how things trend for the second half of the weekend and the Ravens coming up.
Donald Trump is showing his support for Jim Jordan as Speaker of the House. Up next, Kayla Gaskins joins us live to break down which Republicans are vying for the job.
Developing news, Donald Trump throwing his support behind Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan for Speaker of the House.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, Jordan is not the only Republican vying for the job, right?
Yeah, well, Democratic Texas Representative, no, Jordan is not the only one vying for the job. Actually, Representative Steve Scalise is also trying to get that as well. Steve Scalise is the majority leader right now, and he is a prolific fundraiser. So this is expected to be an interesting in-party battle between Representative Jim Jordan, who is chair of the House Judiciary Committee, a powerful committee in Congress, and Representative Steve Scalise, who is a prolific fundraiser and has a lot of support as well. President Donald Trump, though, putting his support behind Jordan, so we'll see how much sway the former president has among Republicans.
Kayla, as House Republicans settle on leadership, Congress still has to agree on a budget. Senate Democrats are now threatening a government shutdown if their demands aren't met. What are they asking for? Where do things stand?
Well, right now, this is over funding for Ukraine. So Democrats in the Senate are threatening now to shut the government down if they don't get the funding for Ukraine that they want. House Republicans and Jim Jordan specifically has said that if he's elected Speaker, there will be no extra funding for Ukraine in the budget that that Congress is working on right now. And once they get back from recess, this is something that really has to be addressed. We are just on a short-term spending gap here that will expire in November. Now, funding for Ukraine has become increasingly controversial. The U.S. has already sent $113 billion to Ukraine. And so far, the latest reports show that this big offensive that was mounted recently only regained about 2% of the ground that Ukraine lost to Russia. So we'll see how that plays out.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live from Washington. Thank you.
All right, it is 9:16 now, and we need to get a check of the forecast.
We have meteorologist Wyatt Everhart joining us with our O's forecast and the stencils we're getting. You say no worries. The rain that we might see isn't going to wash it away.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we think about Saturday, right, everyone's going to be out and about, maybe down way early if you have those season tickets. There's going to be some wet weather early in the day tomorrow, no question about that. But I think we're going to clear out in time for the first pitch, which is key. They'll probably just uncover the field at the last second. 71 right now, BWI. Feels like 72 right now. It is muggy. It is under the clouds type weather. These numbers are going to warm up only about another maybe 5, 6, 7 degrees today because the clouds should hold fairly tough other than a few breaks of sunshine. Just some stray showers. We had one in the last 20 minutes here from Towson extending up, we'll say toward basically western Harford County, but just very, very light rain. More rain of a significant nature out toward Deep Creek Lake, but even that's beginning to diminish some now. So not much rain today for Maryland. Most of the rain staying west of us toward Pittsburgh, where, by the way, when the Ravens play on Sunday, the air temps here, the rain will be gone by Sunday, of course, but the air temps probably low 50s, wind chills in the 40s. I mean, a chilly game up there in Pittsburgh. And you got to mention the Maryland Terrapins playing on Saturday in Columbus. Undefeated Maryland against undefeated Ohio State Buckeyes. That could be a good one, and it's going to be chilly and fall-like there in Columbus on Saturday afternoon as well. 70s today, hanging on to that taste of summer for another day before it all changes with the cool air coming in behind that boundary, pushing the showers out ahead of it. Clouds generally hold tough today. A few breaks of sunshine, I think, during the afternoon, certainly possible. Rainfall-wise, our peak chance comes early Saturday morning between, let's say, 8 a.m. and noon. This looks to track just west of us, just east of Baltimore as we go into the 1 o'clock hour. So this will be key for the first pitch. Like I said, could be a little damp down there at Camden Yards, but we should have dry weather during the course of the game, and that's the real key. Maybe a quarter of an inch, maybe a few spots get a little more than that. Not a ton of rain. The biggest thing you're going to notice, other than brief showers early Saturday, is the temperatures. Down in the 60s tomorrow, down in the 40s tomorrow night. Sunday, we're going to struggle to get out of the 50s. You add the northwest wind on top of that, it is going to be feeling like fall around here behind that cold front. So there's the temperature trend, 60s to 60 on Sunday for a high. Most of the day in the 50s. Stays cool on Monday, but we do warm it up from Tuesday into the middle part of next week. And overall, I think a fairly dry pattern reemerging toward Thursday and the end of next week.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We've been following that incident in Lutherville. It's been moved to the shoulder. It's on the inner loop right at Providence Road. Our cameras, though, it's not good, showing cars getting by, but on the outer loop, it is just a slow go, barely moving out there. Give yourself some extra time.
All right, Hereford High School, even the agricultural department is getting hyped about Spirit Week and homecoming. Adeline and Butters, they said they want to say, what's going on? You just fired up? Let's go, let's go team, let's go. Okay, see, even they're fired up. You look at Butters. Butters just got here yesterday. So we'll talk about the agriculture program and Spirit Week here coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Hereford High getting into the school spirit today.
And apparently the animals are too. Mark Clark live there now. Mark, you're with some sheep?
I did have a little sheep there with me. And again, where are they? They're back there over here? Here they are. Look at them. They're just trying to stay out of the rain, guys. So Miss Edwards is over the department. And so even though it's Spirit Week and homecoming, even the animals are excited, right?
Yeah, we're really excited. We just got the new edition of Butters this week, and the kids have been really out here all week working with the animals to share their enthusiasm.
Butters is the little one, guys. Butters just got here this week. A little hesitant, a little shy, you know what I mean? And then, of course, you know, you got the, what's her name? Adeline's been here for a minute, but she's spoiled, guys. She was raised inside, bottle fed, and so we have Holly, who's the vice president of the FFA. She's a senior. Again, this is Spirit Week, homecoming. You're a senior. How are you feeling?
I'm really excited. Yeah, it's a good week, and hopefully the weather stays good. But we're coming into the weekend, and I'm just excited.
And since you also speak with the animals, are they excited about Spirit Week?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Most of them, at least.
Again, Butters is not excited. Butters is like, I don't know where I am. Help me out. But again, we talked about this. The school is amazing. You have everything from all these amazing, the choir, you got the sports department, and you have the animals. And you say, because of that, you think you're going to continue your career in this field because of this school, right?
Yes, definitely. Yep. FFA and our agricultural programs here has really gotten me excited to pursue agriculture in the near future. So in this upcoming next year.
I love it, guys. So a great time. Of course, shout out to our own Megan, who's a graduate of this high school. And not you. Not
me, other Megan. Right? Yeah, other Megan. But yeah, what an amazing, rounded place for them to get their start in life.
Such a cool program.
Yeah, we're going to put more information, Mark, on our website, foxbaltimore.com/news links. Pretty exciting week for them, too, as they head into homecoming.
Bring her on through. There's only 30 minutes left to put the O's on your back, literally the back of your car. We're live here at Fox 45 Camden Yards all morning as we head into the playoffs. Stick with us.
Look at that line. And with so many events this weekend, you want to make sure to pack an umbrella just in case. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart has that weekend forecast coming up. He's going to let us know if that stencil is going to stick to the car. 9:25 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Giving you a live look at Camden Yards where fans are celebrating the O's playoff berth In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us live with some car stenciling.
This is such an exciting moment for our city here. I mentioned my daughter, 7 years old, has never seen this happen before as we enter into playoffs. It's Friday, October 6th. I'm Megan Gillen.
We have a lot going on. I'm Shannon Lilly. Let's get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with a look at the forecast for all of these events happening. We are busy this weekend. It's jam-packed.
I'm telling you, the O's and everything else, right? And, you know, the focus is going to be on a much cooler trend throughout the weekend. I can tell you that. Some rain mainly early in the day on Saturday. Right now, taking a look out there at the Camden Yards and the excitement building and the temperatures building a little bit too. Many spots now in the 70s, including the city, which is now at 73. Very little rain on HD radar. Most of the rain we do have is out in western Maryland, ahead of our next weather maker, which is this cold frontal boundary where you see showers draped all the way back west to like Columbus, Ohio. That's going to take a while to get in here. We're talking mainly later tonight into early tomorrow morning. So today, just prepare for kind of a cloudy and balmy day, humid, a few breaks of sunshine in the afternoon, maybe a stray shower or two. The peak rainfall window, will detail that for your Saturday and also talk about just how chilly it might get around here, especially at night. It's coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. The incident in Lutherville has been moved over to the shoulder. This is on the inner loop at Providence Road. Our cameras, though, are showing cars on the inner loop getting by, but the cars on the outer loop there, you can see, still moving a bit slowly, but better than what we were seeing earlier. Just in, we have new job numbers. Last month, U.S. employers added 336,000 jobs. That's the third straight month of job gains. The news comes amid high interest rates, suggesting companies remain confident about the economy. Wage growth, though, slowed. Right now, the unemployment rate remains unchanged at 3.8%. Well, in case you didn't know, today Birdland is gearing up for the start of their 2023 playoff journey.
What gave it away? All the orange, maybe everyone in town talking about it. Oriole Park at Camden Yards is the stage for the O's first playoff game. First pitch tomorrow, 1:03 p.m. exact. The action at Camden Yards already getting started.
Taylor Stewart is live at Oriole Park right now with a look at the community event happening
She's
today.
feeling it.
She is. Taylor, what's going on?
All right, you guys got to meet us at the party. We've been saying it all morning. I think you guys get it now. We're doing a victory lap before we even start the playoffs. Do it with us and meet us at Camden Yards. You will probably want to get here right now because you will be the last of the last who will be able to show off their O's pride with a stencil. You can get it right here on the back of your car like this yan over here, a few cars over here, orange or white. But I'm telling you guys, they're going to cap that line right now. But there's so much going on today to support our O's. If you head over to City Hall at noon, there's going to be a postseason rally. We're talking about a DJ, food trucks. You've got special appearances from Mr. Splash, the mayor. Everyone's going to be out there. If you can't make it there, head over to the War Memorial Plaza at 1. From noon to 1:30 there. Sneak off during your lunch break. Another event to support our O's today as we just gear up for what's going to be a great stretch to the World Series. We're going to send it back to you guys for now because they're going to get their last few cars and we're going to get in line so we can get our car stenciled because we're all in for the O's, guys. Send it back to you. Fox 45 Morning News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Keep having fun because this is going to be a good time. Remember, Fox 45 is your home for the 2023 World Series. The action starts Friday, October 27th. You can watch every game right here on Fox 45.
Turning now to football, we are just one day closer to kicking off week 6 of college football around the nation. That means we are gearing up for another sports-filled weekend you can catch right here on Fox 35. At 10 a.m. on Saturday, you can catch Big Noon Kickoff. Then the Terrapins head to Ohio State to take on the Buckeyes. That's at noon. UCF Knights and Kansas follow with their kickoff at 4 p.m.
Then stick around on Fox 45 for Fox NFL Kickoff Sunday. That starts at 11 a.m. At 4 p.m., you can watch the Cincinnati Bengals and Arizona Cardinals go head-to-head for the first time in 4 years.
I was just in shock. I didn't want to believe what was happening was real.
This morning, we are hearing from one student hurt in the chaos at Morgan State University this week. This as police are still calling on the public for help in identifying this group of people that you see right here. Officials say they are persons of interest in the Morgan State shooting. They were in the area Tuesday night when 5 people were shot. 4 of those people shot were students. Police are not revealing much, only saying that the people in this video, again, they're persons of interest.
Fox 45's Keith Daniels with the story of survival.
Well, her name is Samantha. She says she was walking out of a building when gunfire erupted across the street from her. And tonight, her injuries, her story. Morgan State University in the light of day, with few people on campus after an unforgettable night of violence. Samantha Morrell.
I didn't even realize that I was bleeding till someone told me when we stopped running.
An 18-year-old freshman among those students caught him at the gunfire Tuesday. Samantha was inside the Murphy Fine Arts Center for the coronation events, standing near the front door when bullets pierced the windows.
Everyone was running and we couldn't see. All I saw was the glass window shatter. I heard the bullets and it just came down on me and I was just like, okay, so now it was just run. The only thought that I had was run. Stay low and run.
She was wounded. Shard glass hit her leg in several places, not realizing it, she says, until later.
I was just in shock. I didn't want to believe what was happening was real.
But it was real. Samantha says police and staff escorted her and others from the rear of the building to her dorm at Blount Towers, where she waited in a friend's room behind locked doors in fear with an active shooter situation unfolding.
We turned off all the lights. We tried to keep as quiet as possible. We sat in the farthest corner away from the window and away from the door of the room. We were just praying to God that we can stay safe and everybody outside was safe.
Traumatic events during homecoming week, with 5 people shot, 4 of them students. No suspect yet, but police releasing images of persons of interest. Meantime this week, classes are canceled, homecoming on hold.
It's just sad that the innocent have to suffer now for the guilty. So I hate that our weekend has to end like this.
It's like we can't get a break. We can't get a break. And I understand it was for the right reason, but it's heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking and frightening for Samantha, too, who's home in New Jersey with her family.
A feeling of disorientation, but I'm also relieved to be home where I don't want to say safer, but I'm not where danger was.
Well, Samantha said when she called her mother, both her parents decided they wanted her home. She was picked up just within a few hours of the incident. But tonight, she told me when classes resume here, make no mistake, she's coming back to Morgan. We're live tonight. Keith Daniels, Fox 45 News.
Well, now there are lingering questions about Mayor Brandon Scott's response to the shooting.
Mackenzie Frost is pressing him for answers as he faces criticism from some community leaders.
Why can't you and other state leaders push for legislation at the state level to ensure there are tougher penalties for people who shoot and kill other people?
I think that when you look at Maryland's laws around guns and gun violence, we have some of the best in the country, Mackenzie. The guns are coming in from other places, other states. That is why this is a national issue. It's a both and, Mackenzie, not an either or.
I'm not surprised seeing the recent Goucher poll that 53% of residents have an unfavorable view of the mayor because of statements like this.
Well, we sent questions to Mayor Brandon Scott Thursday about legislation at the state level, and we asked, why didn't you support the Violent Firearms Offender Act or the Repeat Violent Offenders Act in Annapolis for the last 3 years that supporters argued would have implemented tougher penalties for gun offenders?
If the plans are introduced again this year, will you support the legislation and use your position to urge other lawmakers to support them as well? If not, what specific bills are you working with the Baltimore City delegation to introduce to hold gun offenders accountable? Is it time for mandatory minimums to be considered in Maryland for gun offenders? We have not yet heard back from the mayor's office.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Mayor Scott to keep your community safe? So far, 98% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Coming up, we'll have your O's cast for this weekend. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart lets us know how long the rain is expected to stick around.
And just when you thought it couldn't get any better, start your weekend off on a super note. Meet your new best friend. This is Super Duper 3, the puppy. We're going to let you know how you can take him home. You know, sometimes you feel a little stressed, worried about the O's game, how it's going to go, and then you put a puppy in your arms. The Maryland SPCA has an adorable new friend. We've got Katie Haynes with the Maryland SPCA joining us with Super Duper 3. Oh my gosh, we had about 6 people on set here a little while ago just wanting to hold him and cuddle with him. He is perfect.
Yeah, you can't help but fall in love with his little eyes. So yes, this is Super Duper 3. He's about 2 months old, so he's still a baby. He came in with 2 other puppies, actually. They all had parvovirus. So these little guys really struggled at first, but our vet team gave them the treatment they needed, and they are cleared and ready to go now.
He looks great and healthy and doing well, and he just had his surgery.
Yep, he just got neutered. I love the name Super Duper because he is super duper in, like, always.
And happy.
Super cute.
Yes.
Yep.
In every
Super
way.
Sweet, docile.
And seems good. It's okay to obviously not have the litter all go together.
Yep, yeah, they'll all be going their separate ways, but he can go home with other dogs. Be great with kids. Being a little guy like this, kind of raising them together is a cool idea. But yeah, he's definitely ready to go. His adoption fee is $275. He will be there waiting for someone when he when 1 o'clock comes around today.
It's okay.
So if you're looking for some puppy cuddles,
he has the puppy breath. Oh, you're going to lick the microphone. He's got he's just, and markings. His markings are so nice too.
They're so handsome. Yep, he's a little pit bull terrier. So
oh my goodness.
He's definitely going to grow a good bit.
Yeah.
We're not quite sure because we don't know the parents how much he'll grow, but just keep that in mind. He's not going to be a puppy forever.
He's going to be a big boy. You're going to be perfect. And as we look for a new home for him, Cupie that we had in on Friday found a
Cupie
home.
was adopted.
Oh my goodness, and we loved Cupie, so it's always good. This is Cupie's new forever home. Look at those smiles.
Yeah, everybody's so excited.
You have to have an amazing job watching these dogs go to great new families.
It's really cool to see it come full circle like that. You know, you see them come in, you know,
yours is
sometimes in
next.
rough shape like these guys did, and hopefully going home today.
It's your turn next, little one. It's your turn next. What do you think? Can you say go O's? All right. Maybe soon, Shannon. Maybe soon. Go O's!
I think so. I see it in the future. What a cutie. Well, up next on a new edition of Full Measure, an interview with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as he explains how he's running his campaign differently from his family before him.
And sorry, I was looking at the dog. You've heard of a Big Fat Greek wedding. Well, we are previewing a Big Fat Greek festival taking place right here in Baltimore. Find out more after the break. It is 9:44. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Here's a look at what's coming up this week on Full Measure. We have another in our series of interviews with 2024 presidential candidates. Ridiculed by his own party and pilloried by the press, we'll be talking to Democrat presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You may have heard he's running a very different campaign than his family forefathers. In fact, he's being shunned by his own party, and he's being refused Secret Service protection under the Biden administration. So we're going to ask him about all of that. We're going to ask him about Ukraine, COVID, vaccines, Trump, who's been pretty complimentary of him, by the way, and more. Also, Sunday, you may have heard about professional U.S. golfers getting these enormous sums to golf for Saudi Arabia. Well, the kingdom recently purchased the Professional Golfers Association, and now that's got Congress's attention. They're getting involved. We're going to look at what's really behind all of this wheeling and dealing. And fascinating cutting-edge technology that's officially part of many American farms today. They've got all kinds of new gadgets that they use to make their farming more efficient and better. Scott Thuman is going to explain to us how that's actually helping to shore up national security. That's all this week on Full Measure.
All right, it is a beautiful morning out there across Baltimore. Great shot of Camden Yards here as we get the Orioles magic pumped up here as we go into playoff baseball tomorrow. 73 right now, BWI. It is a mild morning under the clouds. Fairly humid, too. I'll tell you that these temperatures probably aren't going to move too much more under the clouds. Maybe another 5, 6, 7 degrees. We'll push up close to 80 by this afternoon. It really depends how many peaks of sunshine we get breaking through the clouds. Not much on radar. A little bit of shower activity has come out of Towson, drifting up toward Bel Air, so you may see just a brief shower there. Other than that, western Maryland also clearing out. We had some rain earlier toward Deep Creek Lake. Most of that kicking out now. Out to the west, there is more rainfall associated with this next weather maker, which is the actual cold front. The chilly air is actually edging in toward Ohio now, actually where the Terps will be playing in action tomorrow in a much cooler scenario. That'll be a good game, too. Undefeated Terrapins against the undefeated Buckeyes right here on Fox at noon tomorrow. Mid to upper 70s. That's your Friday forecast. Pretty good. I think you're relatively dry. Best chance for rain is going to be late tonight. Late tonight, especially into your early Saturday morning. That's our peak chance for rain toward 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Most of our modeling suggesting that this rain should push just east of Baltimore just in time for the first pitch. So probably a little wet down there, not just for the tailgating in the morning tomorrow, but for the start of the game at the stadium. It's going to be a little damp as they uncover the field in the stands there. But overall, I think a dry game and a cooler game as well as those temperatures start to fall tomorrow, really dropping tomorrow night from the 60s down into the 50s and then the 40s to start you off on your Sunday morning before we struggle back to close to 50 to finish out the day on Sunday. So yes, much cooler air coming in behind that cold front, getting ready for that. 7-day forecast, you can see the setup here is for a very cool trend from Sunday into Monday. However, temps do moderate some back into the low 70s at least toward the end of this week.
Wyatt, thanks. Well, we gave you a sneak peek yesterday, and now they are back to talk more about the 51st annual Greek Fest. It's all happening at the Greek Orthodox Cathedral of the Annunciation. And joining me now, Peggy DiBiase, along with her guests, and some wonderful, delicious-looking desserts. So, Peggy, let's talk about the festival. This is so exciting. It's happening this weekend, right?
This weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're very excited. It's really just about showing the city our Greek culture and sharing it with everyone through amazing food and culture with the dancing, and they're in traditional Greek costumes. And there are actually some dance groups from other churches around the city too, and we try to keep it entertaining and fun for everyone.
That is incredible. Let's talk about the dancing. You guys look incredible. You're all dressed up. Such an awesome opportunity for people to experience the culture. So what are they going to see when they're out there?
Yes, well, you'll see groups of all ages. We have small, like preschoolers and elementary schoolers, middle schoolers, and then I have 2 high schoolers here showing a traditional Cretan costume and a Cypriot costume. So there's also between the food and the costumes from all different islands of Greece, from the Aegean Islands, from the mainland, from northern, more mountainous areas. It's really about learning all about the culture, and we welcome everyone to come. And the church is beautiful and a historic building as well.
That's awesome.
The streets are closed down and tented, and it's just a welcoming, fun time for everyone. And Greek music playing the whole time too.
That's, of course, we can't miss out on that. And you have this beautiful spread here. Tell us what we're looking at.
Yeah, so we have, this is called viples. It's a fried kind of pastry dough with honey and nuts. And honey and nuts are part of a lot of the Greek. The baklava, which everyone really knows about. Kataifi is kind of like baklava, but it has the shredded wheat look. It's the same type of dough, the same type of inside. The koulourakia butter cookies, kourambiades are the white powdered sugar ones, also a butter cookie.
Ooh,
those are so fabulous.
Yes.
And then you have to remember not to breathe in when you eat them, or you choke on all the powdered sugar.
That is a good point. Peggy, thank you so much. Real quick, where can people find more information?
On the church website, the Annunciation Cathedral of Baltimore, and then also just as you're driving around that area, we're 24 West Preston Street, right near the Lyric and the Meyerhoff, and it is just a big party going on for 3 days, so please come join us. We'd love to have you.
Peggy, ladies, thank you so much again, and after the break, we're going to find out just how your temperature is going to pan out for this weekend's jam-packed events.